state call your first witness?
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state will call Officer Janie Mendes to the stand.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Yes, Judge. May it please the court. Good morning, Officer Mendes.
Morning, sir.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the court?
Hello, I'm Officer Janie Mendes. I've been with the San Antonio Police Department for 7 years. My current assignment is on the South Patrol Safe Unit, which is the Community Services Unit.
So you've been with SAPD 7 years, officer.
Yes, sir.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what sort of training did you receive to become a certified peace officer?
I attended the San Antonio Police Department's Training Academy.
And you successfully completed it?
Yes, sir.
And then is there a period of time while you're a first officer, let's say, like when you first joined the department, and you need to be supervised by someone?
Yes, sir. For approximately 3 months, you're riding with a field training officer who's going to basically show you the ins and outs of becoming a police officer with the city of San Antonio.
And you did that?
Yes, sir.
Now you've told us, Officer Mendes, that you've been stationed in the South Side?
Yes, sir. South Patrol Service Area.
That's right. So you were a police officer on February 24th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And were you still assigned to that area?
Yes, sir. Still at South Patrol with the Safe Unit.
Yes, sir. So on February 24th of 2023, did you have occasion to be dispatched out to a neighborhood located on Depla Street?
Yes, sir.
Now, officer, you were not the primary reporting officer that day.
That is correct.
However, you were one of the first officers to arrive on scene,
That is correct, yes, sir.
along with a couple of others, I think.
Yes, sir. I had a partner that day training.
That's right. Our officers with the San Antonio Police Department issued body-worn cameras.
Yes, sir.
Were you issued a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Was it operational?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it able to record the events that unfolded as you arrived on that Depla address?
Yes, sir.
Now, Officer Mendes, even though you were not the primary reporting officer, did you write a report?
Yes, sir. I contributed a supplement report from actions on the call.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Officer Mendes, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes as States 22. Would you kindly take a look at 22 and tell me if you recognize what it is?
Yes, sir. This is my supplement report for the call.
Do you think it would be helpful to have it with you in case I ask a question you may not know the answer to refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I ask that you do that if necessary. Please don't read out loud from it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Officer Mendes, you told us that you arrived on Depla Street that Friday, February 24th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you saw upon first arriving?
Yes, sir. Upon my arrival, we were scanning the area to make sure the dogs were still not on the loose. We were told that they were already in the fence area or the owner's home area. We exited our vehicle. The first thing I remember is seeing blood everywhere, and of the crime scene where the incident took place. There was a lot of blood. There was so much blood you can taste it in your mouth.
What do you mean by that, officer? Taste it in your mouth.
It's like the taste of iron in the air from the amount of blood that was at the crime scene.
So, are you saying that there was so much blood, it was like literally in the air?
Yes, sir.
Wow, okay. So, you told us that you were told the dogs had already been put up?
Yes, sir. Upon arrival, they told us that the dogs were already secure in the home, or they had ran back to the home. So there was actually a blood trail leading back to the house. So followed the blood trail. That's where I made contact with Mrs. Schneider.
Okay. So let's kind of break that down a little, officer. You said that when you first arrived, you were looking for some dogs.
Yes, sir.
What was the call for? What sent you out to Depla?
So I was actually returning back to the South Patrol service area from an arrest downtown. That's when we had heard an emergency tone go off on our radios That is a tone that goes off for either officer in trouble, fire in trouble, or any kind of serious call, whether it's a shooting, stabbing, or so on and so forth. The emergency tone went off on my radio, said that fire was in trouble at that call. So me and my partner decided to respond.
Okay, so you arrived, you told us about the blood. You said you were able to contact someone named Miss Schneider.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a good look at that person?
Yes, sir.
And is that person present here today in the court?
Yes, sir.
Would you kindly identify her by something that she might be wearing?
It's this young lady right here, sir, with the brown, tan, long sleeve shirt.
Thank you, Officer Mendes. May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, the record will so reflect.
Now, Officer Mendes, you told us that your body-worn camera was operational.
Yes, sir, it was.
Would it have recorded that interaction with Miss Schneider when you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Officer Mendes, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. That states exhibit number 23. Would you kindly take a look at states 23 and tell me if you recognize what it is?
Yes, sir, I recognize that.
What is it?
That is a recording of my body-worn camera footage.
And you've had an opportunity to view the contents of states 23.
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
We reviewed it, sir, and I initialed it and put my badge number on the disc.
So these are your initials and your badge number.
That is affirmative.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events as you watched them unfold with your very eyes on February 24th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer states 23 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
No objections, Your Honor.
Objection.
States 23 is admitted?
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, Officer Mendes, you told us that initially the call, the alert tone that went off, directed you to the scene because there was a fire or firemen were in trouble.
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, were you able to see if the firefighters were still around?
Yes, sir. The vehicle, I believe it was EMS and fire, were still there on scene. I believe they were treating the victims already.
Could you see if any of the officers had been injured? Or the firefighters?
I believe I did see one firefighter with his pants torn, but I'm not too sure the extent of his injury.
Did you ever contact that person?
No, I did not.
When you saw those firefighters, what were they doing?
I believe a couple of them were treating the female victim. I remember seeing her on the gurney, and then I remember a couple of them tending to the other firefighter whose pants were torn. I'm assuming he had been bit as well.
So at that time, you didn't perceive them to be actively fighting dogs or anything like that?
That's correct.
And in fact, you told us that the dogs had already been put up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to give us a time frame of when this was happening.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's jump ahead slightly.
Where's the dog at?
They're inside now. I don't want them. I'm done with them. They're inside in the cages. I'm done with them.
They're inside kennels?
They're inside 8 kennels.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. As long as they're contained, that's good. We appreciate y'all helping us out.
Am I getting in trouble for this?
So who did they attack? What happened?
So let me pause right there. 1 minute, 35 seconds into the video, or if we use the body-worn camera's own internal clock, it would be 1400 hours, 2 minutes, 28 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were kind of describing this for us, Officer Mendes, earlier. But now, when you approached Ms. Snyder, what is the first thing that she asked you?
As depicted on the body cam, she asked if she was going to be in trouble.
So that was the first thing she said to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, she mentioned something about the whereabouts of the dogs.
Yes, sir.
Where were the dogs located?
She said they were both put inside a kennel.
So did it seem to you at that time that that defendant or that person owned a dog kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't here. I got home.
Yeah?
I got here and I just saw the whole ambulance, everybody, and I was like, what the fuck happened?
Do you remember what that other officer that approached you initially had said something about EMS? Do you remember what he told you?
Actually, hearsay, Your Honor, Sixth Amendment confrontation.
Overruled.
Yes, you may answer.
No, not so right now.
Fair enough. We could back it up and watch it, but it's already in evidence, so it's perfectly fine. Let's skip ahead a little bit until you resume contact with Ms. Snyder.
There's that tool. Probably want to get the firefighter's info.
That was,
Do you have any paperwork on them?
yeah, they just had an ACS when 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Just any paperwork you have, they're going to just get it together because ACS is going to want to do all that. They have shots and everything?
Yes, the ACS should have their papers ready. They have chips in them. So,
Okay. Yeah. Well, we appreciate y'all working with us and not being
that's too much.
job kids too. And imagine what these people would have done to
Yeah,
your
I
kids.
know, that's what I'm calling on the phone with right now, because they're like, my God, no, they're done.
Yeah. Well, ACS is going to take them either way. They have to because they attacked somebody. I believe they attacked the firefighter as well too. So.
And it's not, it's not their first time.
So let me pause there. 4 minutes, 22 seconds into the video. 1,400 hours, 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Officer Mendes, did the defendant appear to have knowledge that the dogs had recently been in an ACS quarantine?
Yes, sir.
Did she appear to have knowledge that this was not their first time
Yes, sir.
when you mentioned that they had attacked somebody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think that's only one from this video. Okay, thank you, Officer Mendes. The state has no further questions.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
May he be excused?
Yes, mistake.
Thank you, Officer Mendes.
Thank you, Judge. You have a blessed day, Judge. Do I need this here, Judge, or?
Yes, he's actually had his mic. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Richard Casillas.
No, you weren't here. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? State your name, proceed.
Detective Casillas, would you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. Detective Richard Casillas,
What do
San
you do?
Antonio Police.
What do you do for a living?
I am a uniform evidence detective for San Antonio Police Department.
What does a uniformed evidence detective do?
We are on patrol and primarily we're dispatched to crime scenes, which would be burglaries, family violence, to test narcotics and to document the crime scenes.
How long have you been an evidence detective?
Over 5 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been so?
15 years.
Has all that been for the city of San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Right. Back on February 24th, 2023, do you recall being dispatched to a location on Deplis Street, the west side?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
That was for a animal bite in progress call.
Okay? Once you arrived on that scene, what did you do?
I arrived on scene, surveyed the scene, saw that there was a lot of blood. The dogs were already contained in their house there when I arrived on scene. Was informed that several people were bitten by the dogs. Fire captain and 3 civilians have been bitten.
Okay. What did you do while you were on scene?
My job was to photograph the scene, to document all of the items that were left there, items of evidence such as the bloody scene, tools that were used to keep the dogs at bay from biting them any further, like the fireman's tools, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's a big, looks like a crowbar, an axe.
May I approach the witness shop? Detective Casas, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 24 through 30. Could you silently take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do all of these photographs fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you saw it back on February 23rd of 24th of 2023?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
No objection, Judge.
Statements 24 through 30 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Detective. I'll show you first State's Exhibit 24. What is this?
That would be the location where the dogs were kept.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 25?
That would be the out in front where the actual animals were kept right there.
Okay. As we can see here in State's Exhibit 24, do we see that same white piece of trash?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
sorry.
You can just,
Yeah, I'll maneuver myself around there.
you can move it.
Okay.
See that same white piece of trash between State's Exhibit 24 and 25?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell me about the fence immediately here above that white piece of trash?
That it's not secured. It's easy for a dog of those 2 dogs' size to go ahead and, shoot underneath there.
What does State's Exhibit 26 depict?
That would be the fireman's tool. I'm not exactly sure of the name of it, but I would call it a crowbar.
Okay. Here on State's Exhibit 27,
The same thing there, sir.
what appears to be on that fireman's tool?
A lot of blood.
State's Exhibit 28,
That would be the axe that one of the firemen used to keep the dogs at bay, along with, I believe, civilians.
State's Exhibit 29,
That would be the victim, his vehicle that the firemen had to jump on top of to keep those dogs from, biting them. They were poking at it with the crowbar.
What do we see there on the ground to the right of that vehicle? Or to the left as we looked at the photograph?
A whole lot of the victim's blood.
How about State's Exhibit 30?
The same thing, sir. A lot of blood from the victims.
After you took those photographs of the crime scene, where did you go?
I documented everything that was there on scene. The two dogs that were inside the ACS wagon, and then I believe I had to travel up to University Hospital to take photographs of the victims, the fire captain, the deceased, and the nephew and his wife.
Okay, so let's go through all four of those individuals. Who was the first individual that you took photographs of at University Hospital?
I believe it was the fire captain that I encountered first. I'm not too sure.
Okay. After the fire captain, who did you take pictures of next?
I went and documented the wife of the victim, her injuries, and then after that, the nephew.
Okay, so the wife of the deceased victim.
Yes, sir.
And then when you say the nephew, who are you referring to?
I'm assuming, recalling that they were going to visit him. That's why they were there in the first place. It may have been the nephew or a family member of some sort.
Okay, so a neighbor involved in the attack.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you take pictures of the deceased victim as well?
Yes, I did, sir.
May I approach you up?
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 31 through State's Exhibit 43. Without describing any of these photographs, tell me if you recognize them.
Hang on, Mr. Resident.
Sure.
31 through 34, 35 and 36 have already been
Oh,
edited.
my apologies, Your Honor.
So 31 through what?
31, 32, 33, 34, and then 37 through 43.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All these photographs fairly and accurately depict the individuals as you saw them in University Hospital on February 24th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the State will first off State Exhibit 31, 32, 33, and 34.
Any objections to 31 through 34?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection.
31 through 34 are admitted.
The State would also offer State's Exhibits 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. No objection, Judge.
States,
No objections, Your Honor.
states 37 through 43 are admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish States 31 through 37, or 31 through 34, as well as 37 through 39 as well as states 43.
That's fine.
And permission to tender the remaining 3 photographs to the court
Yes.
for the court's review. Detective Casillas,
Yes, sir.
who is this in State's Exhibit 31?
That's the victim's wife?
The wife of the decedent victim?
Yes, sir.
Sir. And what sort of injuries do we see on her in this photograph?
She has bites to right arm, right hand, and her left fingers.
What do we see in State's Exhibit 32?
Bite marks to the left wrist and hand.
So State's Exhibit 33.
A bite mark to the right ankle area.
That appears to be a deep puncture wound.
Yes, sir.
What about State's 34?
A deep bite mark to the right calf of the victim.
Who are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 37?
That is the gentleman that I've referred to as the nephew, but now I guess maybe a neighbor.
Okay. So this is not Captain Arn or either Mr. or Mrs. Naka.
Yes, sir.
This is a fourth individual who's been.
Yes, sir.
Where do we see injuries on this individual?
He has it to his right hand near the pinky and wrist.
Here on State's Exhibit 38. What do we see?
Deep bite mark to the left hand near the pinky, and also you see the abrasions and bite mark to the forearm there and wrist.
39. And then zoom out a little bit. Is this that same individual?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And what kind of injuries are we looking at now?
He has a dog bite to his right knee.
Okay. Finally, we skipped 3 photographs of the deceased victim. Is this the photograph of the deceased victim as well?
Yes, sir.
What part of the deceased victim's body are we looking at?
We're looking at the right inner knee of the victim.
That's what it is.
No questions on behalf of Mr. Moreno?
No question, Judge.
Okay, once we get that proof back together, we start that.
Thank you, ma'am.
May we briefly approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, I do recognize all the photos.
All right. On to the state officer, State's Exhibits 26 through 39.
26 through 39.
Yes, sir.
Those numbers are already admitted. Your next number that's available is 44. There's also a gap between 18 and 21, but that's it. Those numbers are already taken.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll renumber them. That's my fault. I will.
We can go off the record so you can do that.
Yes, sir.
Just making sure that my numbers are 18 to 21. The next one is 22 officers report.
Yes, sir.
Every number.
Okay, what are the numbers?
Your Honor, they are now numbers 65 through 79.
Okay. Any objections to state 65 through 79?
All objections, Your Honor.
No objection. May I publish, Your Honor?
65 through 79 are admitted.
Apologize, sir. May I apologize?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 65. What do we see here in State's Exhibit 65?
This would be me standing towards the front of 2810 Depla facing 2814 Depla. This image shows the site of the attack where there was blood pooled up and in the yard as well on the sidewalk, as well as you can see the firefighter axe to the left. This would be the front 2814 Depla, where primarily where the attack happened.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 66?
This would be blood on the sidewalk, blood on the curb, as well as smudges on the vehicle as well.
And there appear to be some bags and other equipment
Correct.
on the scene. What is that?
So this is, it looks primarily from what I would be familiar with as a go bag or an emergency medical bag that was left on the scene, possibly from an emergency responder.
And State's Exhibit 67.
It would be from in front of the 2810 home facing towards 2814, showing various first responders as well as blood on the sidewalk and blood in the grass. Fireman's hook as well on the sidewalk.
What do we see in State's Exhibit 68?
This would be the view from the street facing 2810 Depla.
How about State's Exhibit 69?
This shows the front gate, 2810 Depla, beware of dog sign, as well as the gate ajar,
Okay.
as well as blood splattered on the sidewalk and pooled up on the driveway as well.
All right. State's Exhibit 70.
Again, this would be the front of 2810 Depla, blood smeared on the sidewalk. It would be one of the owners of the dogs in the attack, Adeline Schneider, who I spoke to in question the day of the event, in the red jacket, as well as the gate ajar.
Okay. You're in State's Exhibit 71.
So this shows the gate to the front of 2810 Depla ajar, blood splattered all over the sidewalk, as well as a tear in the chain link fence, a hole at the bottom of the fence.
Is the spot you're referring to here?
Yes, sir.
How about State's Exhibit 72?
Again, this shows the gate, in front of the driveway gate, in front of 2810 Depla, being ajar open with blood splatter, blood all over the driveway.
So it had been open at this point.
Correct.
What do we see in State's Exhibit 72?
72 shows kennel at 2810 Depla, where the dogs, the dark American Staffordshire Terrier and light American Staffordshire Terrier that I was advised were owned, admitted owner Adeline Schneider, so that white dog was Snow and King was a dark dog.
Okay, now you called them American Staffordshire Terriers.
Yes, sir.
They've been referred to throughout the rest of this trial as pit bulls. Are those similar breeds?
Correct, sir. The layman term would be a pit bull for American Staffordshire Terrier.
Okay, so it's the same thing.
They can be.
They can be the same thing.
Can be, yes.
Understood. And what did you say the names of these two animals were?
The lighter colored one is Snow, and the
Okay.
darker one is King.
Understood. You're on State's Exhibit 74. What do we see?
We see the darker colored dog King has lacerations to its face. The lighter portion of the fur is stained with blood. The white light colored dog in the kennel is stained pink or red from blood as well. Both dogs stained with blood.
Which dog are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 75?
And this one would be King.
How about State's Exhibit 76?
That is King as well.
77?
That also would be King.
I see multiple scars and scarring around King's face. Is all of that fresh?
No, sir, there is multiple scarring on the dog, multiple lacerations. Some of them are healed wounds, some are fresh wounds.
What does healed wounds indicate to you?
Healed wounds would indicate prior, some form of injury that has been healed previously from attack. Lacerations, there's quite a few of them around the face and head. In my experience, could be possible signs of aggression from another animal.
Okay. Here in State's Exhibit 78, who do we see?
I see multiple first responders standing in the background. Mr. Moreno is walking the dog known as Legend out, his admitted owner of Legend.
And Mr. Moreno, you're referring to the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Here's a closer shot here in 79. What did you say the name of this animal was?
This would be Legend.
And what do you observe about Legend with regard to potential injuries?
There are healed injuries around the face, ears, head, forearms or front legs of the animal as well.
Are those similar to the injuries you observed on King?
They are.
As a witness, Your Honor.
Mr. McCullough, my name is Eddie Garcia, I represent Mr. Moreno. You showed a photograph of the dog that you learned the name was Legend. Number 79.
Yes, sir.
That's a smaller dog than Snow and King, isn't it?
I wouldn't be able to compare them by size. I didn't weigh them, so
Does he look smaller?
I never had both dogs side by side, so I wouldn't be able to say that.
You have no reason to believe that this dog was involved in the incident that resulted in the death of Mr. Naka and the injury to the other folks.
So when I spoke to a witness, they stated that the third dog was involved.
Hearsay.
That's what? I'm sorry. I didn't hear the
The objection was hearsay and sustained.
no. You also
Judge,
talked.
may we approach briefly, I have a quick question, if I may.
As far as the photographs of King, you mentioned that there were some other wounds that appeared to be healed and old wounds, but you don't have any idea how those wounds got on that dog, do you?
No, sir. No, sir, I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Rodriguez?
If I may.
Please don't forget, yes.
Sir, you said you've been with ACS for 3 years, correct?
Going on 3 years this month.
And you were not the bite investigator sent out to the scene that day, correct?
Correct. I was a first responding officer responding to a bite.
And you're not a veterinarian, are you?
I am not a veterinarian.
You don't have any specialized training in how to date wounds or say what they were obtained by?
I actually have specialized training in animal medicine provided by Dr. Gottbetter through our academy.
Okay. And how long was that training in animal medicine?
So the training in animal medicine specifically was a 2-day course over 10 hours.
Okay, so you took a 2-day course from 10 hours and you feel like that gives you the qualifications to speak to the age and the severity of wounds on an animal?
I don't believe I ever said the age of the severity, but I did be able to say that a wound is healed or not healed because I do have to identify that in the field daily.
And you have no idea if those animals obtained the scratches by climbing a fence or digging under a metal fence, do you?
Correct, yeah, I said that. I don't know exactly where they came from.
And did a bite investigator come out to the scene that day?
Yes, a bite investigator did arrive. Officer Ryle arrived on scene.
And when a concerned citizen or an injured person calls animal control to say they've been bitten by a vicious dog, does a bite investigator typically come out to the scene?
No.
And what was his name again? I'm sorry, the bite.
So it's Officer Bryant Ryle.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Thank you, be excused.
Thank you, State.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. At this time, the state would call Janie Naka to the stand.
Just a minute, Judge, I'm gonna look for ours to be used.
Walk her over there, huh? Just walk her over there. She'll be good.
If you can bring your chair
Good
forward.
afternoon. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. State you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Ms. Nakada.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Juanita Nájera, and I am the widow of Ramon Nájera Jr.
Yes, ma'am. Now, I see that you are, or full name is Juanita. Do
Yes.
people call you Janie?
Yeah, they do.
Do you prefer that I call you Ms.
You can call
Nakada,
me-
Juanita?
You can call me Janie.
Fair enough. Thank you, Janie.
Yeah.
Okay, so you told us that you are the wife of the victim in this case,
Yes.
Ramon Naka. Can you kind of tell us, Ms. Nakada, Janie, how did you and Mr. Nakada meet?
We met in 1974, and we met at a dance. He was there, and we got to dance together. And he told me, "I've been looking for somebody like you that can dance like you." And from that day on, we dated, and we went to a lot of happy occasions, you know. And he just loved dancing, and I love dancing too.
So that's something that you loved to do together?
Yes, we did.
Now, you mentioned that it was in the 70s when you first met. When did you and Mr. Nakada get married?
When did what?
When were you married?
When we married?
Yes, ma'am.
We got married in 1977.
And were you married throughout that whole time period up until 2020?
Yes, until he passed away.
So that's something on like 40-odd years?
Yeah, 45 at the time of his death.
45 years you were married to
Yeah.
Mr. Naka.
Yeah.
So he was the man that liked dancing.
Mm-hmm.
What else can you tell us about him?
He was a very caring person. He touched the hearts of so many people. He was a loving father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He left a little bit of memories even to the great-grandchildren. Even to at the time, my little great-granddaughter was only two years old, And up to this day, she can go in the living room and look at his picture, and she will burst out crying and asking her mom that she wants her grandpa Raymond back, to tell him to come back. And she gets very emotional.
Yes, ma'am. What did Mr. Naka do for a living?
He served in the Air Force. He joined right out of high school. He joined the buddy system. His best friend was Gilbert Flores, and they joined together. He graduated from Tech High School, and he belonged to the class of 1960, but he would hang around with the class of 1959. So he would always go to the class reunions, and he loved the military life. You know, it showed him so much. He felt like everybody should join the military so they can show you how to be a good person, you know.
Approximately how many years Ms. Naka did Mr. Naka serve in the United States Air Force?
He served 21 years.
And then he retired out of that?
He retired.
Honorably discharged?
Yes, 21 years.
After Mr. Naka retired, Janie, did he seek any other employment?
He did. He went to work for civil service. And he worked until 2005 in civil service. The last station was Utah, Hill Air Force Base.
Did you and him live in Utah for a time?
Yes, we went to Utah because they closed Kelly, and he said he wanted to continue his career until retirement. So he said, we're going to go to Oklahoma, and when we get to Oklahoma, you know, we can travel and it's closer, so we can come back and see the kids. And then a big tornado hit the base in Oklahoma, and he said, I'm taking my name off the base. You know, I'm not going to Oklahoma. We're going to go to Utah. And that was the best choice, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so you stayed in Utah for a time, I guess moved around a little bit, right?
Yes.
Because of, military wife,
Yeah.
military family, right?
Yeah.
Not unusual. When did you guys move back to San Antonio?
We got to Utah in 2000, and we stayed until 2005. We were supposed to go for a year, but it was so beautiful. He said, we're going to stay here 5 years. Yeah.
So you said you left Utah in 2005 or got to Utah in 2005?
We left Utah,
Left
2005,
Yes, ma'am. And then came back
to San Antonio.
Did you and Mr. Naka reside in San Antonio from 2005 all the way until his
death? Yeah.
Okay. When did Mr. Naka perform while he was here in San Antonio?
Okay, after he retired from civil service, he was a very active person. So he said he was going to go ahead and take a little part-time job on the weekends doing security. And his mom, she's 100 years old, and she's over there. And she told him, you know, if I could go to work at 80 years old, son, you can continue working. So he decided to go to work and after retirement and keep working till the age of 81.
Now, Janie, I saw you gesturing sort of towards behind me, toward the audience. You mentioned Mr. Naka's mother.
Yeah,
100 years old.
She's 100 years old.
And is she present here in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
What is her name?
Her name is Genevieve Naheda.
So, Miss Naka, the elder, if you will, essentially outlived her son.
She did. She outlived her son. He always thought he was going to have at least 20 more years. He kept on saying, you know, Mom's up in age. My grandma lived to be 108. he said, maybe I can live to be 100. And he found out he was diabetic when we were in Utah. And I told him, you know, you need to focus and keep yourself healthy, you know. It's not because you're diabetic, you can do it. And I worked in nutrition for 34 years. And I told him, I'm gonna help you. I'm not gonna let you, you know, go bad, you know, your diabetes. And even after he had to start dialysis, but he started dialysis way after he retired. And he went to the clinic and he was very emotional the first time he had to do dialysis.
And why is that, Jane?
What's that?
Why was he emotional?
Because it was going to change his life, the life that we had traveling. And he said, our lives are going to change a lot. We're not going to be able to travel like we used to. But I know that deep inside of him, he lived his life for me. He loved me, and I loved him very much. But right after he started dialysis, about a year after, he found out that the people from dialysis told him, hey, Mr. Naka, you don't have to stop traveling. You can still continue traveling. All you have to do is tell us, where do you want to go? We'll call that place and we'll help you arrange your dialysis. And he was so happy. He came home and he said, hey, Rick from dialysis told me we can still travel, Janie. So he made arrangements to go to Virginia. And he says, we're going to Virginia. We're going to go visit a friend. And we were over there for more than a week. And during that week, he got dialysis twice.
So he was very excited about that news.
Yes, yeah, it was good news for him, you know.
Do you know, Janie, if as part of his treatment for dialysis, if he had one of those, sometimes patients get those stents, right?
Yes.
Did he have one of those?
Yes, he did.
And what arm was it on?
It was on his left arm.
Okay. Now, you mentioned, Janie, that he was still working as a security guard.
Oh, yeah, he worked
Part-time.
security, yeah.
Did he have to wear a uniform as a part of that employment?
Yeah, he wore his uniform and he was always very proud, you know, to represent whatever company he worked for. And he was very particular about his clothes. He wanted his pants to fit perfect. He didn't want them hanging over. He wanted to look good, you know. And he had a friend that he worked with in one of the places, and that friend, he used to wear the company shirt, and then he would wear whatever pants, and then he would wear boots, and my husband would tell him, why are you dressed like that? You know, you look like you're gonna go fight the militia, you know? You don't dress like that for your work, you know, you have to be complete.
A very formal man.
Yeah, he was
Maybe
very formal.
From the military training, perhaps?
From the military training, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Naka. Unfortunately now, I have to kind of direct your attention to the events that unfolded on February 24th of 2023. Can you sort of walk us through how you came to be, why you and Mr. Naka were on Depla Street? What led up to that?
Yeah. My husband had been working for a company called Securitas for a long time, for many years. And then he, one of his friends changed to a new company, and he told my husband, hey, come work over here at Universal L.I. Barton. He said, you really would like it with this company? And he went and had an interview, and they hired him. And they gave him a bunch of new uniforms, and he was excited. He said, I need my pants to be altered. And the morning of the 24th, We had a beautiful morning. We had breakfast together. He was happy. He was happy, and he said, go ahead and you change Janie like quick, you know? Don't take a long time, you know? Because we're gonna go see the seamstress and call her, you know, and let her know we're going. And I called, but Angie didn't answer. And
So Ms. Naka, let's break that down.
Okay.
So he had a bunch of new uniforms as a result of his employment, and he was excited to go see a seamstress.
yes,
Why did you need to go see the seamstress?
because he had to have his pants altered, you know, his new uniform pants.
Yes, ma'am. So he needed some alterations.
He would.
Now, he mentioned that he wanted you to call ahead and try to get a hold of the seamstress.
Yeah,
Who was that person?
the
The seamstress.
seamstress Angie Ramirez.
Angie Ramirez.
Yeah,
And did Angie Ramirez live on Depla Street?
she did. She lived on Tepla.
And that's the connection that you had essentially?
Yes, yeah. She was a wonderful seamstress. She was.
So you and Mr. Naka did not live on Depla?
No, we did not. We
You're not
lived.
neighbors of anyone on
No.
Depla?
Well, I have family that lives like on Darby, which is the next street.
Yes, ma'am.
My niece Laura, she lives on Darby.
So then you do have some family that lives in the
Yeah.
neighborhood, but you personally did not?
No, I don't live there.
That's right. So I guess that day, what brought you to Depla was you were seeking out that seamstress, Miss Angie, for those alterations.
Yes.
Before you guys left your house to head over to Depla, were you able to reach Miss Angie to let her know you were coming?
No, I couldn't get her on the phone, but Angie's phone, she was always having problems with the phone. And I told Raymond, I said, she didn't answer. And Raymond said, well, it's okay, because you know her phone's always messed up. So let's just go over there. And we went ahead and took off. And when we got there, we parked not right next to the curve, but a little bit away from the curve.
Yes, ma'am. So
And he,
so let's
okay,
sort of break that down. You said you guys drove there.
yeah.
Do you remember what vehicle you guys were driving in?
Our Camry, our 2022 Camry,
Okay, so a
It's a-
2022 Toyota Camry.
Camry, yeah. And
Do
it's
you
a-
remember the color of that vehicle?
Yeah, it's sort of like a maroonish or reddish, like an apple reddish or something like that.
Okay, and who was driving the car?
My husband,
Okay. Now, you say you parked a few feet away from the curb.
yeah,
Do you know in front of whose house you parked?
Angie's,
So right in front of Miss Angie's house?
yeah. A little bit away from the driveway,
Okay,
yeah,
so you were presumably in the passenger seat?
yeah.
Okay,
I
was
was
there
in the
anyone else in
passenger.
the vehicle?
No, it was just him and
So
myself.
just Mr. Raymond Naka and yourself in the red Toyota Camry?
Yes,
Okay. When you arrived and the vehicle was parked in front of Miss Angie's house, what did you do next?
he asked me, he said, go ahead and get down, and if Angie's not there, ask him if you can leave the clothes there, and you can leave a sample of the lint. And I didn't take the clothes with me, but I went through the driveway, and I went to the door and I knocked. And her grandson answered the door,
Angie's grandson.
Angie's grandson.
Okay.
And I told him that, was Angie there? And he said, no, she's not here. I said, well, I have some clothes. Can I drop it off and she can work on it? And he said, yeah, go ahead and get the clothes and I'll give it to her.
Was it unusual for you to leave clothes in this fashion for Miss Angie to work on?
No, because there was other occasions that she wasn't home and we would just leave the clothes there.
How long was Miss Angie a seamstress for you guys?
God, for many years. We left Utah in 2005, and I think like 2007 and 2008, somewhere around there, we started going to her.
Had you been to DEPLA on many occasions
Oh, yeah, many occasions.
to give work for Miss Annie?
Yeah.
The times that you had previously been on DEPLA Street, do you remember, do you remember there being any dogs or anything along those lines in the property next door?
Well, for a long time, there was a family, their names were Medina. They lived there for many, many years. And I don't know when the Morenos moved in there, but before that, there was no dogs. There was no dogs out there.
Okay, so on the occasions you had been there previously, you didn't have any
I didn't
reason
see
to
any dogs.
or-
But that day that I went, the dogs were on the Morenos property.
Yes, ma'am, so let's talk about that.
Yeah. And I had just left the front door and I could hear them barking, and they were barking very vicious. They would go from one side of the fence to the other, and they were just like barking terrible. I mean, when I turn around to look at them and barking like that, I didn't even think that they would jump over, So
So at that time, were they inside the fence?
they were inside their yard. So when I left the front door, I walked to the driveway, and by the time I got to the gate, I turned, and the black dog, he was already climbing the fence with his paws. He climbed so fast that when I turned around, he was already going to the very top of the fence. So I kind of hurried to get to my car to open the door, but my husband was inside the car, but I think he was on the phone, because he used to like breaking news and all that. And he was busy, I guess, with the phone. And I got to the door as soon as I could, and I was gonna grab the door to get in the car, and the dog just came at me and started grabbing me biting my knee in different places. And I started screaming, and I was holding on to the door, and I was screaming, and I was like, Raymond, I said, the dog, and my husband heard me, and he panicked, and he just got out of his side, and he came over to my side, and with his hand, his right hand, he told the dog, leave her alone, and when he hit him in the head, the dog just let go of my knee, and he grabbed his wrist, and he knocked him to the ground. So the dog pushed me, and I fell down back, and I was between the car and the curb, and I was facing up, and my husband was against the fence, Angie's fence, and the dog was just pulling on his wrist. He just wouldn't stop. And Raymond was screaming, and he kept on saying, Janie, I can't take him off of him. I can't take the dog off of me, Janie. I can't. And the dog kept on pulling on his wrist. And we were screaming. I was screaming, somebody please help us. Somebody please help us. I mean, nobody would come out. And then finally, Angie's grandson came out. He came out with a rake, and he hit the dog, leave him alone. And he hit him, so the dog turned on him, and he knocked him down right in front of his door. And he was on him, and he was young. He pushed the dog away, and he ran inside.
Do you know if Angie's grandson, when he came out and struck the dog with a rake, do you know if the dog was able to bite Angie's
Oh,
grandson?
yeah, because he knocked him down to the ground, and he was able to bite him.
So, you described for us, Mrs. Naka, that you saw the black dog climb over the fence.
Oh, yeah, he
So
climbed
come
like a
after you.
ladder, like this, like that.
And then you tried to get inside the car.
Yeah,
And then you cried for help, and Mr. Nakada came right out to try to save
tried to
you.
help me, and the dog just knocked him down.
And at that point, you had already been bitten
Yeah.
on your leg.
Yeah, I was on the ground facing up, and I was able to see him. And during that time, the dog grabbed my husband and he started pulling him to the corner of the fence. And when I saw my husband, he looked like lifeless, you know. I guess he was trying not to put pressure, you know, not to pull away from the dog. And the dog would pull him forward and he was dragging him. At that time, Raymond was not saying anything. The dog was just dragging him. And when the dog dragged him, then the white dog came out of the fence and
Let me pause really quickly.
Okay.
Janie. You said that the black dog broke off from your husband for a moment when he went after Angie's grandson with
Yes.
the rake.
Yes.
Did the black dog or the darker colored dog, and at some point you were just mentioning just now that you saw a white dog as well.
Yeah, the white dog got out of the yard.
Were you able to see how the white dog got out of the yard?
I couldn't see that far. I couldn't see, but the white dog, after my husband was dragged away from me, I mean, I could still see him, but he was a little further down. The white dog came over to where I was. I saw the white dog walking to where I was, and I went like, this dog is gonna finish me up. And she came over to where I was lying down, and I kept on saying, she's gonna probably attack me on my face or on my neck. And I started praying. I was like, Jesus, cover me with your holy blood, Jesus. You know, this dog's gonna attack me. She stood next to me and I could see her on the corner of my eyes. And the dog just kept on looking at me and looking at me. And it was just like a miracle. She walked away. The dog walked away and went and attacked my husband. That's the one that pulled a line from him.
And that's why I was asking you, Janie, earlier about whether or not he had a line as a result of that.
He had a dialysis line.
So you witnessed the white dog attack your husband and rip that away from him.
No, I didn't, but you know, the dog moved him more, you know. But, you know, that's the dog that pulled his line out.
You mentioned that you were crying out for help, Janie. Did help eventually arrive?
They did. The fire department. I was, you know, I had my hands bloody because the dog attacked my hands. And when the dog put his paws on me, when he jumped on me, he ripped tissue from my stomach. And I was bleeding. I was bleeding all over, you know, from my knee, my hands. And I felt somebody put their hands on me, and they told me, "We're here to help you. We're from the fire department, and we're here to help you. We're gonna try to put you on the stretcher." And I kept on telling him, "You need to help my husband." I told him, "My husband needs help." And he said, "We're gonna help you, ma'am, but we're gonna get you in the stretcher and put you in the ambulance, and we're gonna get to your husband."
Janie, at some point did the fire department manage to get you to the ambulance?
They did. They did.
Do you remember if EMS personnel were there as well? Paramedics?
Yeah, I think they were. Yeah.
Do you remember the EMS treating you, helping you out?
Yeah, they put me in the stretcher and they started cutting all my clothes off because they needed to see all the areas that were affected. And they told me they were helping my husband. They were helping my husband.
Were you able to learn at that time where your husband was being transported, Mr. Naka?
Yeah, they told me, we're gonna take you to University Hospital, and they're gonna take your husband in a different ambulance to University Hospital.
Is that where you were transported?
Yes.
And do you remember, Janie, if while you were at the hospital, someone from San Antonio Police Department came and took photographs of you?
I don't remember, I was really out of it.
Fair enough. But you did tell us you were bitten on your leg?
On my knee, all over my right knee, the upper part of my leg, not just the knee, it
That's
went
right.
all the way up to the upper part.
Right. What about on your hands and arms? Do you
And
remember any?
my
injuries?
hands, he bit me right here and on the side, on both hands.
Now, Janie, when you were walking away from the door of Angie's house, did you show any sign of aggression or hostility towards those dogs?
No, I didn't. You know, I just heard him barking, and I didn't really expect that the dogs were gonna jump, that the dog was gonna jump over the fence. That was not even in my mind. I didn't even think they were gonna attack.
Now, Janie, this is going to be a tough question to ask, but I have to ask it. Is that the last time that you saw Raymond Naka alive?
Yeah, that was the last time. When he was screaming for help. He was screaming for help.
When were you notified, or how did you find out that he had passed away?
They were treating me in the emergency room, and they told me that they were going to start me with rabies shots, and they said, we have to inject you with rabies shots. All the bites have to be injected.
That's a very painful process, isn't it?
Yes, he said, all the bites in your hands, you know, wherever you got bitten, you have to have rabies shots. So they gave me a bunch of rabies shots, and then they had this orthopedic doctor. He came in, and he told me that that they have to find out if the bites went all the way to the bone, and now we have to inject you with water. And he says it's going to be quite a bit. We have to get your knee full of water. I said, where's the water going to come out? And he said, from your wounds. If the bite went all the way to the bone, the water will come out through the wounds. And he put the water in there, and it was the most painful thing, you know, because it stayed in there for a while, and my knee got huge. And then they had to take the water out with a syringe and take all that water out.
So very painful experience.
Very
as well.
painful, very painful.
Mrs. Naka, Janie, how did the events that you witnessed that day, essentially the death of your husband of 40 years, as well as what happened to you, affect you? Has it affected your life?
It has affected me a lot. It was this tragedy that it stayed in me up to this day. I cry in the mornings. And I grab my pillow. And I said to myself, how could this happen to us, you know? How could this horrible thing happen to somebody that was such a good person? And then there's times when I'm just like, during the day, a quiet time, that it crosses my mind. And sometimes I feel like, what could I have done for him? I was so helpless. Why didn't I try to get up? Why didn't I try to help him? I could have told him, get your other hand and get his eyes and pull him out or something, you know. I kept on thinking of things that he could have done to get out of that situation.
So, Janie, it sounds a little bit like you might experience what's known as survivor's guilt.
It is survivor's guilt. It is. Every day I go through that.
Now, Janie, I want to leave you with this final thought, I suppose, from this direct examination. Were you able to provide some photographs to the DA's office that show Mr. Naka as he was in life, and you've seen these before?
Yes, there were pictures that were sent to, because they had come out on TV. So they had pictures of him before.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Ms. Naka, Janie, I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's dates 61 through 64.
Okay.
Would you do me the kindness of taking a look at these photographs and tell me if these are the same photographs that you provided to us depicting
Yes.
Mr. Naka?
Yeah, yes, they are. Yeah. See how he was always so happy with the grandkids?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was his mom's, she was 90 years old at this birthday party.
Same woman you described for us earlier?
Genevieve,
That's
dancing with him.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict what they show?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, the state would offer states 61 through 64 into evidence, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We have no objections, Your Honor. No objections.
Dates 61 through 64?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're recommended.
And permission to publish it.
Yes.
Janie, let me show you state 61. Can you tell us what we're looking at on state 61?
I was taken at our home. We were going to go, his brother was getting married, and we were going to be the witness. And it was a February wedding, so everybody was dressed in red.
What about state 62?
He was working at the VA hospital. He would work at the gate so that when there was somebody coming in, you know, he would check their ID.
That's right. And is this as his part-time security job?
Yeah.
Same
One of the jobs that he had, because he moved with several companies, but it was always security.
Yes, ma'am. And this is the sort of uniform that you described for us earlier.
Yeah.
The kind of pants that he would have taken
Yes.
to attend. What about state 63?
This was the 4th of July parade at Leon Valley, and he was the one that would move everybody. He was like, he would tell the kids, "We're going to the 4th of July parade. You guys get ready," you know. And he would always take the kids to different events.
And then finally, state 64, Janie, you told us that Mr. Naka loved to dance.
Yeah, he did.
What are we seeing on state 64?
He's dancing with his mom. He always had to dance with his mom, the first dance with his mom, since he was the oldest.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Janie. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Janie, if I may call you Janie.
Yeah,
My name is
that's
Jorge
fine.
Aristotelides.
That's fine.
I represent Mr. Christian Moreno.
Mhm.
I'm going to inconvenience you a bit and ask you to step, if you could move your chair a little bit to your left,
To the left.
just so that I can be able to, we don't have this.
I am sorry.
Just move this to, at your convenience.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me begin, Janie, by expressing my sincerest, deepest condolences for the loss of your husband. I also want to express how sorry I am that you had to suffer, that you both had to suffer physical, mental, and emotional damage and harm. As you know, my client, a co-defendant in this case, Christian Moreno, has pled guilty in this case.
Yes.
He has accepted that he was negligent in the manner in which he kept his dogs. That has happened already. I would like to inquire a bit about very recent events involving a lawsuit that was filed on Friday. You're familiar with that lawsuit?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You are represented by attorneys in a civil action,
Yes.
and the attorneys, with your consent and on your behalf, filed a lawsuit in federal court.
Yes, they did.
Now, it's my understanding that in this lawsuit you are alleging, with the assistance of your lawyers, that the city of San Antonio committed several different wrongs in the manner in which they dealt with these dogs.
They did.
In general terms, they failed to follow the proper procedures and other errors in ensuring that these dogs were not let out to the general public once they had custody of the dogs.
They should have never been returned. Never.
Is it fair to say that you find some fault in how the city of San Antonio and its agencies handled this, without getting too specific into the case?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have taken the position, Janie, that you would like to stop this from happening again?
Yeah, I made that statement that I wanted to stop. I don't want nobody to have to go through what I've gone through.
You hope that this lawsuit can help that happen?
That's what I'm looking for, you know.
If the city does what it's supposed to do, that these kinds of things don't happen again. You're hoping that that will
Yes.
come about as a result of this lawsuit.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. No questions, sir?
Would she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, on our behalf.
Yes. I can get up.
How many more witnesses do you have?
Yes, Your Honor, we have. Thank you, Janie. Four, I believe.
This is a good time to take a lunch break. I do have another meeting I have to take care of as well, so we're going to recess until 2:30. It's now 12:30. We stand in recess.
Yes, sir.
Tell me which ones you're going to fix.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Guthrie, the court reporter brought to our attention that there were two number 72. So the state just went ahead and wrote 72A and 72B, keeping them both 72, just delineated like A and B.
Okay, and those are photos?
Yes,
Okay. What else do we need to fix?
I believe that.
We thought there was more. No, that's it. Okay. Call your next witness, too.
Your Honor, the state calls Raymond Naka.
We're off the record. Mr. I said that the
Hello, Jessica.
Yeah, I haven't sworn you in, right?
No.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this call shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, no, we do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Could you please state your name for the court, sir?
Raymond Anthony Naheda,
How old are you?
62 years old.
All right, and what's your relationship with Raymond Naka and Mrs. Janie Naka, the victims in this case?
Ramon Naheda is my father, and Janie Naheda is my stepmother.
Okay. Now, you were not present when your father died, correct?
No,
Okay. And you don't know these two defendants
no.
at all? Okay. So we've asked you here to tell the court a little bit about the kind of man that your father was. So, what do you think it's important for the court to know about your father, Ramon Naka?
Okay. I'd like to say first that my father was a proud Mexican-American raised up in the west side of San Antonio. He was a proud San Antonian that loved his culture. He loved his way of life. He loved all his musics. He loved to dance when he had a chance. And he was an outgoing person. He was patriotic. He served in the Air Force for 21 years. And he was like our influence, our patriotic influence. And he would always suggest us to go to our military service. He always would encourage us and inspire us to do that. So he was a very honorable man.
Did your father raise you here in San Antonio?
Not completely, no. Actually, when my father was in the Air Force, we spent some time in Germany as a child and up in New York State, and we finally landed back in San Antonio. And then it was when my mother and my father separated at the time, when I was about 11 years old.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have one brother and one sister.
What are their names?
What are their names?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sylvia Eppie Martinez and Richard G. Naheda.
Okay. Since the events of February 24th of 2023, when your father was killed, what sort of impact has that had on you and your family?
The impact has been great. It's been a large void in our family's dynamic, the fiber of our family. It's been taken away. My father was an elder, a respected elder in our family. He was a pillar of our immediate family he was the eldest also of his siblings. So everybody looked up to him for advice, for anything they needed, or just talking. So he was there for everybody.
Is there anything in particular that you think this court should know about your father and about what you've experienced since his death when she sentences these two individuals for their negligence in this case?
I'd like to say to the court that, and to the judge that my father was, like I said, he was a proud American, a proud Mexican American from San Antonio, and he was still working at the age of 81, and he was outgoing. He loved life. He was still active in vacationing. He was proud of all of his family, and his longevity was taken away. We have a longevity trait in our family. My grandmother, which is my father's mother, she just recently turned, Mrs. Genevieve Najera, she just turned recently 100 years old in July. And also his grandmother, Concepcion Mora, she lived up to the age of 108. So we had plenty of time left with our father. His longevity genes were there. We've lost, some momentous times with him. We've lost some of them that he had left in him, and we're going to miss that.
That's the witness, right?
Can we approach briefly? We have no questions of the witness, Your Honor. No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Naka.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Eppie Martinez.
I'm sorry.
Eppie Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Al. Thank you.
Go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Can you please raise your right hand? And to swear you in, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Excuse me.
Please introduce yourself to the court with your full name.
Eppie Martinez,
Mr. Martinez, how old are you?
63.
How did you know Raymond Naka?
I met him back in 2000 when they closed the bases down here. They moved to Utah during the Brat Commission, and so that was when I met him. I was part of a transition team to help introduce the new people from Cali and Sacramento.
So were you part of the transition team down here in San Antonio?
No, in Utah.
And that would be up at...
To help them get used to the area and get them to know the area.
Would that be up at Hill Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, in Layton, I believe.
Yeah, Layton, Clearfield area.
Yes, sir. And how did you two become friends?
Oh, geez. Just getting together, showing him around the area. And then I met him and his wife, and we clicked. And so he was a patriot like I was. We both had many years with the government in the military. So we were both outgoing type people.
Yes, sir. Janie Martinez, or Janie Naka, testified earlier that she and her husband were up there at Hill Air Force Base in Utah for 5 years.
Yeah, it seemed like 5. I thought it was 7. I was talking to her about it, but she said it was 5.
Okay.
But since they came back, we've been close. So I've been going back and forth since then.
Where do you live now?
It's still in the same area.
Up in Utah?
Yes, in Clearfield, Syracuse. I just recently moved like 5 years ago, but I was in the house previous to that for like 28 years.
Yes.
And that's where Janie and Ramon used to hang out with me. And
what sort of things would y'all do together when they lived up there?
oh, go out camping, barbecuing, just go to concerts, travel to Wendover.
What did you do out in Wendover?
You don't want to know. You know. We call it Bendover, to go gambling.
I should tell you I'm from Austin.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
okay, yeah. So you know the area then, yeah.
Yes, sir. So did the Naharas enjoy spending time in the great outdoors with you?
Oh, and everything. He was just full of life no matter what he did. So, and I wasn't the only one. He had tons of friends around there. He was so outgoing that wherever he went, whoever he talked to, they just took a liking to him, and they would go do other things with other people too.
Yes, sir.
So my kids grew up around him. When they first moved there, my daughter was like 7 or 8, and so she would go join us in a lot of barbecues, teaching us how to do the brisket, San Antonio style tacos.
Yes, sir. Did you learn how to do those?
Oh yeah.
And after they moved back to San Antonio, how did you keep up with them?
My job had a lot of TDYs. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes.
Traveling back and forth with the weapon system I was responsible for. So we'd go back and forth, and then I'd come over and see them. And they'd make trips to go hang out with us. As a matter of fact, at the time of his death, we had plans to go to Vegas in April of that same year to go do that Circus du Soleil. So we'd already bought all the tickets and flights and everything. And then just prior to that, they came to Utah, and we took the Heber Creeper up to, where Heber City is.
Yes, sir.
And so just doing things like that. We had went to the Mountain Man Rendezvous one time with Dora and Tony. And so just all these events kept happening. I'd come back for the fiesta. And
Did they take you to Fiesta?
yeah, a couple of times, yeah.
What did you think of that?
Awesome. Other than the crowd, everybody's kind of pushing you around. You got to kind of follow the crowd.
Yes, sir. Did you enjoy experiencing new things with the Naharas?
Oh, yes. He was like a brother to me. Not that because I was an only child, but he was like a brother to me and a mentor. So we had a lot of the commonalities of what we liked and what we did. And so, yeah, we did. Everything we did was awesome.
So you testified earlier, you had, I guess, tickets and a whole vacation planned for April.
Yes, to Vegas.
2023.
Yes.
Other than obviously not being able to take that vacation, how does his death affect you?
It's hard to say because it just makes me want to cry kind of. We were that close, but it did. And then being so far from Janie, because she's having a hard time. I mean, her life left her, you know, her part of her life. And so we still talk on the phone quite a bit, and I told her anytime call.
Have you been able to help her with some of the grief and the challenges?
I hope so. I try to make her laugh and try to give her the strength that she has. So I'm hoping it helps. I think so.
Of course. What do you think it's important for this court to know about your friend when she sentences these individuals whose negligence caused his death?
The guy was full of life. When they talk about him being 81, it didn't seem like he was. And then his mom just turned 100. And so, like my dad's side of the family has longevity or long living. And so it seemed like, you know, he had many years to go. A lot of people think when you're 80, because you start degrading and you can't do shit no more. Sorry, you can't do stuff no more.
Yes, sir.
And so he just was ready to go at any moment. He'd get up early in the morning when he was in Utah. Hey, I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna do that. And so we would get my kids ready, and by the end of the day, we were out celebrating any moment.
Yeah, I was
and so that's gonna be missed from here on out.
Because you're about 20 years younger than him, correct?
About 18, yeah, I'm 63, he was 81, so if you do the math.
Keeping up with you?
No. We went to Moab one time and he started climbing up the side of the mountain there at the rocks. He got up there pretty good, but coming back down, we had to help him down because of the rocks being so steep and stuff. But he went up there, he was very ambitious.
You described him as being full of life?
Yeah, I had a side-by-side at home. And so this last time he came, just before he went, I took him for a ride in the side-by-side and I said, keep your arms and legs in at all times. So we went up through the canyons and just, you know, going really fast and stuff.
When was that about?
The last time they were there in 22 probably.
Toward the end of the year?
Yeah, the end of the year. When we were making plans for that 23.
Yes, sir.
I can't remember when it was. We went to the Heber Creeper, but anyway.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here to speak on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay,
Mr.
done.
Gallo. State fire witness.
Yes, Judge. The state will call Lieutenant Bethany Snowden to the stand. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
I believe you already testified during some of the preliminary hearings that were had prior to today. So the court is familiar with you, but would you kindly state your name again for the record?
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Bethany Snowden. I am the Special Operations Manager for our field division over at Animal Care Services.
Now, Lieutenant Snowden, like I just mentioned, since you've already testified to a lot of the matters involved in this case, we're going to hash out a little bit of that again, but we also want to get into some other stuff that we didn't get a chance to get into during those hearings, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so first, I guess, can you tell us, Lieutenant Snowden, during the years of 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, how many animal control officers served under your command in the Bite Investigations Division?
Under the bite investigations for 2020 and 2021, I had slotted 4 bite investigators. At the time of this incident, I had 3 with 1 in training, so a total of 4, but 1 was in training.
So 4 bite investigators for the whole city of San Antonio.
That's correct.
How many people overall were employed by Animal Control Services at that time? Total?
For the field division,
Yes.
we had 44.
So 44 for the entire city of San Antonio,
That's correct.
which is a population of a little over 2 million.
That's correct.
Do you feel, Lieutenant Snowden, and if you can answer this question, do you feel that Animal Control Services was sufficiently funded and staffed during those years in order to perform the duties that it was required to perform?
In order to, for the calls, I'm sorry, can you?
Yes,
I
to
don't
respond
understand
to
the question.
calls, to investigate bites, the duties of Animal Control Service.
No, we did not have enough staff.
About approximately how many calls, Lieutenant Snowden, come in, especially during those years, on a daily basis involving dogs in the city of San Antonio?
I can't break it down to dogs. I can tell you roughly how many calls we get a day.
Fair enough. So how many calls a day?
Around 260 a day.
260 a day.
That's correct.
And again, that's 4 bite investigators, 40 overall employees.
Yes.
Remind us, Lieutenant Snowden, what is the procedure when, say, a dog has been determined to bite an individual? What is the process that follows that event?
The process is to get a photo or proof that the bite occurred. Once we get a photo or an exposure report that an animal has been involved with a bite, it is state law that that animal has to be put into quarantine for 240 hours.
How much is 240 hours roughly in days?
10 days.
And then on the 11th day, what happens?
So the 11th day we release the animal.
And to whom is the animal released?
To its owner.
What if the owner never comes on the 11th day to get custody of the animal?
If they never come in to get the animal, then at that point the animal becomes the property of the city of San Antonio.
Can an owner voluntarily surrender their animal and not come to the ACS facility to pick up the animal?
Yes.
And can that be done at any time?
Anytime, yes.
Okay, Lieutenant Snowden, I believe that you are essentially the authority, if you will, as it comes to prior cases involving these animals, these dogs in this case.
Yes.
Can you sort of walk us through when the first bite incident involving Kristen Moreno or Abilene Snyder's dogs occurred?
That was September 11th of 2021.
So September 11th, 2021. And would that have been the bite incident that involved a man named David Avila?
That is correct.
And that happened on Depot Street?
That did happen on Depot, yes.
Did the dogs go into ACS custody because of that rabies quarantine that you described for us earlier at that time?
That dog was impounded for quarantine, yes.
And what happened when the 11th day came?
The owner's reclaimed.
Do you know who reclaimed the dog?
Christian Moreno reclaimed Queen.
When a dog is reclaimed from ACS, is the owner required to pay any sort of fee?
Yes.
Was that fee paid?
Yes.
And how much was that fee?
September 11th, that fee would have been $266.
So $266.
Yes.
To get Queen back from ACS.
Yes.
What was the next incident involving Christian Moreno's or Abilene Snyder's dogs?
September 28th of 2021.
So September 28th, 2021. And who was the bitten person during that incident?
I can't tell you off the top of my head. I would recognize the name, so I think that was maybe Francisco Salvador.
Okay. And were the dogs placed into quarantine after that incident?
There was one dog involved, and that dog was impounded for quarantine.
Do you recall the name of the dog involved?
Snow.
Okay. And when the 11th day came, were those dogs, or was Snow reclaimed from ACS custody?
Yes.
And who did that?
Christian Moreno.
Was another fee paid for the release of that animal?
There were, not the entire fee, but there were fees associated, and most of it was paid.
Okay. And do you recall how much that fee was?
The fee was $306.
$306.
That's correct.
Okay. What about the next incident involving dogs belonging to Adeline Snyder or Christian Moreno?
That was on January 12th, 2023.
So that's the incident that took place about 4 weeks, a month, prior to the death of Raymond Naka.
Yes.
What dog was involved in that bite?
2 dogs were involved at that bite. It was Snow and then an additional dog named King.
Okay, and were both of those dogs taken for quarantine?
Yes.
When the 11th day came, what happened?
The dogs could be picked up by their owners as well.
And were they?
Yes.
Was a fee paid at that time?
Yes.
How much was paid?
I believe they paid $200 if I'm not mistaken. Total charges were $427.
So $427 total for both dogs?
That's correct.
Okay. Lieutenant Snowden, did you have occasion on February 24th of 2023, to respond to the incident that took place on Depla Street involving the death of Raymond Naka?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I know it's a little long-winded. On February 24th, 2023, after the dog attack occurred on Raymond Naka, were you one of the ACS personnel that went to Depla?
I did not go to Depla at the time of the incident. I went that day later on in the day.
That's right. And do you remember if later on in the day the sun was still out when you were there?
The sun was not out.
Okay, so it would have been later on in the day near nighttime. Or
Correct.
Nighttime. Did you have the opportunity at that time to sort of canvass the location, walk around, take photographs?
I did.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Let me show you, Lieutenant Snowden, what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit number 81 through 95. Would you kindly look through States 81 through 95 and tell me if you recognize these photographs?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the house and property as you saw it on February 24th of 2023 that evening?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would offers 81 through 95 and to evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
Where's exhibit 80?
80 is marked but not used yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, on behalf of Ms. Schneider, we'd object to relevance as to these exhibits. There's been no allegation that anything happened on the inside of this home, no incidents on the inside of this home. If that's even what these are pictures of, I don't know that they're relevant to the proceeding.
And Justice, they can respond. I know the court has not seen the pictures yet, but Justice, State feels that it is relevant to depict everything that the photographs show, as it could be contributing factors to the behavior of the dogs the care of the dogs, and in other words, things that might have contributed to the dogs potentially being violent and to their knowledge of that information.
Judge, I think that's pure speculation on behalf of the state. There's been no expert to testify as to that, no witness to testify as to that, no one who can bring that kind of opinion to that testimony, Your Honor.
We concur, Your Honor, with that defense counsel's argument. This is a great leap, I think.
It also doesn't get past 403. I think it's highly prejudicial, and it has nothing to do with the crime scene.
Okay, this is punishment. The objections are overruled. 81 through 95 are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
And we join the 403 objection as well, Your Honor.
I understand those objections are overruled.
Okay, Lieutenant Snowden, you told us that you had an opportunity to canvass that property, walk around, take photographs. Let's begin with state's number 81. What are we looking at on state's exhibit number 81?
Now, this is the back fence line.
So this is the back fence line of the Christian Moreno and Snyder property.
That's correct. I'm inside the property of 2810 Depla, and that is the back fence line.
So you're facing towards the back as you take this picture?
Yes,
And that would be neighbors' properties.
yes. It's facing the alleyway, yes.
Can you describe the status of the fence as you saw it that night as it faced towards the back?
It was taken down in some areas, and then there was other areas to where there was multiple objects to kind of attempt to secure the fence.
In the photograph that we see, states 81, do you think it would be possible for a dog to defeat that fence?
Yes.
What are we looking at on states number 82?
That is the harness that we had found in the yard.
And is that how you found that harness?
It was on the ground.
Was it attached to a dog?
No,
Was it attached to anything?
it was not.
What about states exhibit number 83? What are we looking at there?
That is a red cable tether that we were told that was used to secure the dogs.
And was that cable attached to a dog?
It was not.
Or a harness?
No,
Or a collar?
no.
Now, I guess before I jump into these next pictures, Lieutenant, as you walked through the property that belonged to Christian Moreno and Adeline Schneider, do you recall if you were able to turn on the lights?
No, I don't believe the lights were working.
Did you need to use a flashlight in order to be able to see what you needed to see?
Yes,
Do you know why?
I don't know.
But there was no working electricity.
There was no working electricity.
Okay. So let me show you states number 84. What are we looking at here?
This was inside the house. I can't tell you exactly where it was, but this was taken inside the house.
And could you perceive anything of interest to your investigation along the floor?
Yes, there was urine as well as feces scattered throughout the entire house.
I guess it might be a difficult question. Could you tell if it was animal or human feces?
It appeared to be animal feces, but I can't be for certain.
Okay, what about states exhibit number 85?
This was another area inside the house. Again, it was just there was debris all over the place.
Now let me inquire, as to states 85, Lieutenant, I'm going to point to certain things on the image, and you can, if you can you tell me if you can identify it?
That's feces.
So near the center of the image, perhaps some feces.
Yes.
Let's jump to state exhibit number 86. What can you tell us about state 86?
It's the same area, the same. There's feces all over the place. There was also just debris all over there.
So for example, if I point near the bottom right of the image, and here, there,
Feces.
there,
Yes.
there, basically all over the image,
Yes.
right? Okay, what about number 87?
This was going into the rooms. This is the hallway. They were clothing on the ground. It was saturated, and then there was feces as well.
What about 88?
Same. This is just leading into the bathroom.
89?
This is a room where we saw more animal feces.
90.
Another bedroom where there was feces all over the floor.
91.
Same, more feces.
92.
This is leading into the kitchen area. This area had, it was wet all over the kitchen area. Some of it was stained, so there was what we suspected to be urine all over the floor, as well as feces.
And what about states 83?
This was another room that had, this one had, if I remember correctly, had the most feces in the room.
Okay, and then finally, while you were walking around, Lieutenant Snowden, were you able to find or see any other dogs?
Yes, there were 4 puppies inside the house.
Did you photograph these?
I did photograph a couple of them, yes.
Okay, so number 94. Right, yes, 93, 94.
Yes.
What about 95?
Yes, these were the dogs that were actually, they had just been released outside. They were just let into the yard when we took these photos.
Okay, so of these 2 puppies that you were able to physically observe?
Yes.
As far as you know, Lieutenant Snowden, did anybody report that the puppies had escaped from inside the house at any point during the events of the 24th or any time there before?
Had escaped the house. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so were the puppies safely contained within the house?
Yes, the puppies were contained inside the house.
And were those puppies able to escape the home?
They were not.
Thank you, Lieutenant Snowden. The state will pass the witness charge.
Seconds, Judge. 2 seconds. Lieutenant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Initially, when you were asked questions by Mr. Jordan, prosecutor, you discussed 3 different incidents involving bites with these dogs. One of them was January 12th, 2024?
23.
23.
January 12th, 2023.
This is the one that immediately preceded the fatal incident.
That's correct.
August 28th, 2021?
No, so September 11th, 2021, September 28th, 2021, January 12th, 2023.
So there's 2 Septembers?
That is correct.
Which, September 11th, 2021 and September?
28th, 2021.
You testified earlier about the number of, I guess, agents or officers at your disposal.
Yes.
There were 4, and at some point there were 3, with 1 not full-time.
So at the time of this incident, I had 4 bite investigators. One of them was in training. So I had a total of 4. However, the 4th one was in training. He had been in bites for a month.
What was the purpose of mentioning that there were 4 officers, that you were understaffed?
The question was how many officers I had. So I was
Sure.
explaining how many officers I had.
And what's your assumption as to why it was important to mention there were 4 for all of San Antonio?
I don't have an assumption, sir.
So your office takes a lot of calls for all of San Antonio, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in this situation, we have a different situation because the dogs were impounded, correct?
Yes, the dogs have been impounded every time, yes.
Okay. And so there were 10 days to determine whether an affidavit is filled out
for the process of determining the dangerous dog?
No, that's not correct. The 10 days is for quarantine. So there's 10 days that the owners, that the dogs have to be put into quarantine.
So during those 10 days, the dogs stay with you?
The dogs stay at Animal Care Services, that's correct.
Okay, at what point is an affidavit prepared to try and determine if these dogs should go through the court system to establish that they're dangerous?
The affidavit has to be prepared by a witness or a victim.
And how many days do you have for that?
Technically, there's 2 years that an affidavit could be filed for a case.
So you have at least 10 days before those dogs are potentially returned to get that affidavit.
Correct, they have to be returned. Dogs are property.
But if there's a concern about the danger of these dogs, then there would be some kind of a concern about getting that affidavit, right?
So we can't begin an investigation until an affidavit is received.
Okay, but we're sort of, we've discussed this before, but I just want to revisit briefly. A determination has been made that these dogs have been biting people for a span of what, 3 years?
2021 to 2023, 2 years.
2 years, okay. 3 different incidents at least during that time?
With 3 different dogs, yes.
And the dogs were quarantined each and every time?
Yes.
So my question is, at what point did you become concerned about beginning the process of obtaining an affidavit?
So an affidavit can be received at any point. Anytime we receive an affidavit, it initiates an investigation.
I take it from your answer that you are passive in this process and nothing is done by your office. If somebody brings the affidavit, fine. If they don't, you just move on to the 10 days and try and return the dogs. Is that accurate?
That's not correct.
Okay.
So in regards to being active, from what you're saying, is we are active with every serious bite that comes through the door.
But these bites were not serious.
They were not serious.
So no affidavit was urgently required or sought?
No, the first bite on September 11th by Queen was a mild bite. The second bite by Snow on September 28th was a mild bite. Third bite on January 12th was a moderate bite.
And so you needed to see a more serious bite before you proceed with trying to get that affidavit?
If we have a dog that's been involved with a bite the first time, if it's serious in nature, yes, we receive it. When we were doing affidavits at that time, the dangerous team would get notified if a dog was involved with the third bite. In this case, because there was 3 different dogs, we never saw that affidavit. We never pursued that affidavit because it was 3 different animals.
So you needed to see another 2 bites with each one of these dogs before the need to get the affidavit kicked in?
No, an affidavit can be filled out at any point.
Oh, we know that.
But in regards to actually seeking out, yes, if we believe the animals are a public safety issue, we will reach out to witnesses and victims to try to fill that out. With the notices that victims also receive, that information notice that every victim receives also notifies them of the dangerous aggressive dog affidavit.
But in this case, even after these 3 incidents, these dogs were not a public danger issue? Did you say that?
I did not say that.
But what is it that they have to be categorized as?
I said in order for ACS to actually seek an affidavit, it has to be a serious bite.
Okay.
It has to be categorized as a severe bite.
Okay. So these dogs were not dangerous to the public at this point?
At which point?
After these 3 bites? They were not a threat to public safety?
They were not a threat to public safety. They're their property. They could go back.
How long would it have taken to get an affidavit prepared?
Depends on the victim. It depends on the witnesses.
Well, if, is it a one piece of paper deal,
It's 4 pages.
4 pages? How long does it take to fill out?
Roughly anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the person.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you receive funding from different organizations?
I don't know.
You have no idea about what I'm asking?
No, I don't.
Okay. Funding provided by organizations, if you maintain a certain percentage of dogs alive?
We are a municipality, so in regards to what the government's, I can't tell you that. I can't answer that.
How much more serious did it might have to be, I guess if we discuss the most recent one before the fatal incident, January 12th? January 12th. How much more serious did it have to be for you all to be concerned about filling out an affidavit?
That bite was listed as a moderate bite.
Sure, how much more serious did it have to be? And describe what you see. I mean, you've seen these bites before, right?
Correct. So any severe bite, we would have proceeded with reaching out to somebody to try to get an affidavit.
Well, and I realize you call them severe and call them bad. I'm talking about visually. What did you have to see as far as damage on the person's body before you determined this to be a severe bite?
So severe bites are deep lacerations, deep puncture wounds, multiple injuries that somebody sustained.
And then you need to see that before you take action and try and get an affidavit.
For a first time bite, yes.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have a few questions, Judge.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, you spoke about an incident where David Avila was bit, I believe it was September 11th of 2021.
That's correct.
And in your previous testimony, you stated that there was notices sent to victims that they had the right to fill out an affidavit, correct?
The notices are usually hand-delivered or posted on the property, yes.
Okay. Specific to David Avila, do you have any proof that he was sent a notice?
I don't, I would have to speak with that officer, so I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay. You did testify at a pretrial hearing that these similar questions were asked of you,
Okay.
yes?
Yes.
And you knew you were coming today, so it would be reasonable to assume we're going to need to know definitively, did David Avila get a notice like that?
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for you.
Okay, so when you testify that they always receive a specific notice, you can't provide any proof as to these individual bite cases.
So I have documentation in the file that he received it, but in regards to what form, I can't tell you. I can't tell you if he was handed it. I can't tell you if it was posted on his property.
Do you have that documentation with you today?
Do I have the documentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Did you bring it with you to court?
I did.
Can you review it and let us know how he received the notice?
It's not going to say it on, so on the information notices, it doesn't state whether it was hand delivered or whether it was posted on the property.
I believe at the pretrial hearing, and if you'd like to look at your testimony to review, you testified that those notices were automatically sent by an email system called Chameleon or something to that effect?
There is an additional notice that it gives the owner or the victims an updated emailer. So there are additional notices that can be provided to the victim if we have their email. That is correct.
Do you have any proof that you had Mr. Avila's email?
Not with me, no.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Avila testified under oath that he had reached out to ACS several times asking how he could get these dogs off the street, how he could do something to go further?
I don't have any knowledge to that.
With regard to Belinda Rodriguez, I believe she often called animal care services about these animals. Is that correct?
We do have calls from the system from her, yes ma'am.
Okay. And you said a witness or a victim could swear at an affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yvette Rodriguez also called Animal Care Services, correct?
That name does not sound familiar.
Sylvia Avila called Animal Care Services repeatedly, did she not? David's mother.
I do recall that name. I don't know how many times she's called.
David Taronis also called.
That name does not sound familiar.
Fernando Esparza is one of the bite victims, correct? He called ACS.
For his bite, I would assume yes, ma'am.
And did you bring proof that he received this notice that he could fill out an affidavit?
The information notice I have for every bite case was either hand-delivered or posted on the property for every victim.
And you say that's done as a matter of policy, but you have no proof that that was done in each of these individual cases. Is that correct?
I have proof that the documentation was either left at the property or handed to the person. But I can't tell you which one it is, but I do have proof. It's in the files of every bite case.
Do you have a file with you?
It's in my record.
Did you bring it with you to court? Can we see it?
Yeah, I brought my case.
Let's take a brief recess so that she can retrieve her file and properly mark it.
And to be clear, had the animals been declared dangerous, they would have been destroyed.
That's not correct.
No?
No, ma'am.
What happens after dangerousness?
So once an animal has been deemed dangerous in the city of San Antonio, there's 10 requirements that owner must do to come into compliance with our jurisdiction's ordinances for dangerous dogs.
Okay, so when people come back and they pick up their dogs that have just been quarantined, regardless of, I guess, how many times they've bitten people, if there's no determination of dangerousness, they don't have to do those 10 things to protect the community, correct?
They don't have to do the enhanced enforcement, that's correct.
Enhanced enforcement that's been determined to be necessary to protect the public from dangerous animals.
So the requirements that are needed for dangerous animals, however, the ordinance does state that every animal must be contained on the owner's property.
Since this incident, has your agency changed the standards for what's considered a moderate or a mild bite?
No.
Can you tell us what's the difference between a mild bite and a moderate bite?
A mild bite is either a scratch or a small puncture. A moderate bite is either going to be a deeper puncture, a larger laceration. It could also be a bunch of mild bites on different extremities.
And it's Animal Care Services' position that it was not their affirmative duty to go out and seek these affidavits from these bite victims.
That's correct.
I think we're good.
If I can follow up here on briefly. On this.
State first.
What's wrong?
The state has no further questions, Judge.
What is it they want to inquire?
Just briefly go over.
Okay.
A mild bite involves a single puncture wound.
Mild bite is yes, a singular puncture wound, a very small abrasion of the skin.
And a moderate one, minimum requires more than one mild bite, more than one puncture wound.
It could be more than one puncture wound, yes.
Well, it would have to be in order to not be mild, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ayala's bite was considered a moderate bite?
I'm sorry, what date was that?
Ayala was, I'm sorry, no, Ayala. That's January the 12th.
January the 12th, it was listed as a moderate bite.
And in order to seek out, a dangerous dog designation, you needed to make a serious bite, evidence of a serious bite.
In order for us to proceed with a dangerous case in regards to if an affidavit hasn't been received, if we have a severe bite, we try to get affidavits for every severe bite that comes in.
It's a severe bite.
Severe, yes.
And that includes, you gave me a description. What kind of damage?
So severe bites are larger lacerations, larger wounds, and that has more extremities injured as well.
So what's the difference between a moderate and a severe bite?
Larger wounds. Larger wounds are more areas that are covered.
And what would make it larger? Is there a measurement or any kind of?
There's not a measurement, no sir.
Is that a silly question?
No, it's not a silly question. I just don't have the answer for you that.
Okay. What this gentleman that Parrish suffered were severe bites.
With who?
The gentleman that Parrish, those were severe bites.
The
Yes.
day of the fatality.
Yes.
Is there a category above severe? Well, severe is the highest.
Death would be the highest, sir.
Well, sure, except that in terms of the severity of the bites, severe is what happened to him.
Correct.
He passed on,
Yes.
obviously. Okay.
But if I'm to answer that, there is serious bodily injury. That is not anything that, so ACS would classify that injury as severe. If there is severe ripping and tearing of flesh, then we would take that animal to court to seek custody.
Severe ripping or tearing of flesh, which is what happened to this unfortunate individual.
Yes,
But a person can die from that, right?
yes.
So you require something sufficient to cause death before you go to court.
No, that's not correct.
We pass a witness order.
No further questions, Judge. I'm sorry. Yes, no questions from the state.
No question.
They should be excused.
Yes, from the state.
Thank you.
Should offer those exhibits right now. Ms. Jacko.
I did not, Judge.
I think they're already in evidence from the hearings, Judge.
And if not, we don't have any objection to their introduction.
Then I will.
Defense 4, 5, and 6 are admitted. Okay, so now have you guys discussed the last witness? Stay, are you gonna go, or are we gonna let their expert testify on Zoom?
Well, like I said, they're unavailable tomorrow.
Right.
So I understand.
Until the afternoon, they are, but not in the morning.
You said 3 o'clock.
Up today, yes.
No, tomorrow as well.
Yes, that's right.
Then the state can concede so that the defense has an opportunity to put forth their witness. in
So
order to
without
avoid-
you resting or closing, I'm going to take a witness out of order. Let's take a brief recess to set up the Zoom, and I want to get going.
Yes, Judge.
Do you want to just tell Detective Blanco to come back tomorrow morning?
I can do that.
Mr. Aristotle? They have their investigator.
Right.
Who will be, I think, lengthy or longer than most.
Okay.
Do we just want to start with her in the morning and then your therapist in the morning?
We have our therapist ready at 10 o'clock, Judge.
Yeah,
If the court requests.
we can always.
That's
tell when
fine.
it goes on.
Okay, so go ahead and excuse Detective Blanco until tomorrow morning.
Yes,
We'll do the expert this
And we
afternoon.
do the expert.
Yes.
Okay. Is this a good time, Judge?
Not to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Mr. Isokovics, this is your witness.
Thank you. Crosby, you have a long history, professional, employment, otherwise. Can you tell me what is your, among others, your title, give me a summary of your experience as an expert in the field of canine conduct and behavior.
Certainly. I'm a certified behavior consultant under the Council for Certification of Professional Dog Trainers. I'm a certified dog behavior consultant under the provisions of the International Association of Animal Behavior Consultants. I am a retired police lieutenant. I have served as the director of 2 separate animal control agencies in the state of Florida, and I'm thus a certified animal control officer and certified euthanasia technician. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I have a master's degree in veterinary forensics from the Graduate School Office of the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Florida. I also have a PhD in veterinary medical science from the same College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Florida. I have been accepted as an expert in dog bites, dog aggression, dog training, fatal attacks on humans by dogs, under which umbrella, if you will, I have personally been on scene and assisted directly in the investigation of more fatal dog attacks on humans than anybody I've ever heard of, both in the Americas and across Europe and Asia. I have had and conducted hands-on behavioral assessments and assisted in collecting evidence from over 70 dogs that have killed humans post-attack. I have been accepted as an expert in several cases in the state of Texas on dog aggression, dog behavior, and dangerous dogs and interpreting dog bites, including having been on scene to assist in the physical investigation of a fatal dog attack in Willis, Texas, which is Montgomery County, back in 2016. I've attended with medical examiners numerous human autopsies of victims of dog attacks. I've also investigated and participated in the investigation of thousands of dog bites that were not fatal. My database of fatal dog bites, on which I base my PhD research, is in excess of 700 cases just in the United States. I have assisted the governments of Australia, the government of the United Kingdom, the government of the Bahamas, and several other entities in not only investigating fatalities, but in training their official animal control wardens and service. Most recently, I was in Singapore 2 weeks ago to train their government animal services officers in bite investigation and to train the Singaporean Veterinarian Corps on the use and practices of veterinary forensics.
And Your Honor, I believe the state is not objecting to our presenting Dr. Crosby as an expert.
We are not objecting.
Behavior. Canine behavior. Thank you. Dr. Crosby, you've had occasion to review 2 transcripts, one February the 9th and the other April 12th of hearings that were held before this court where
yes, I have.
Certain witnesses from animal control in San Antonio testified.
Yes, sir.
And we've discussed that testimony, and I would like for you to give us at least an introduction as to your experience dealing with ordinances. I guess focus on if you've involved yourself with reviewing ordinances involving dangerous dogs, like the one in San Antonio, and I believe that you were able to see a summary of that through the pleadings that were filed.
Yes, sir. I'm very familiar with the enforcement of state laws and ordinances, not only from a career of over 22 years as a police officer, but in my capacity as the chief of 2 animal control agencies and in many consultations since. I've been able to review both the Texas state law, chapter 822, and the San Antonio ordinance code as it pertains to dangerous dogs.
The San Antonio Ordinance Code is it fair to say, is an extension of the statute?
It appears certainly to be, yes, sir.
Okay.
Section 5-76.
Of the ordinance, correct?
Of the ordinance code, version of August the 8th, 2024.
In your review of this ordinance, Dr. Crosby, you came across language and provision that involved the preparation of an affidavit to begin the process, or what appears to be a judicial process of determining whether a canine is dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what restrictions, if any, there are in that ordinance as far as who can or cannot file an affidavit?
It simply states under 5-76 sub A, upon receipt of a sworn affidavit of complaint signed by one or more individuals before an individual authorized by law to make sworn statements, the department shall investigate the complaint.
Is there anything in that provision that requires the victim or a witness to an attack to be the ones who actually prepare the affidavit?
No, sir, there is nothing that I see that limits other than it be one or more individuals.
Okay. Drawing an analogy to a situation where a police officer investigates a regular crime, for example, and with your law enforcement experience, a police officer arrives on a location, takes reports, interviews people, and prepares his own affidavit, correct? As probable cause for an arrest.
That is correct. In my experience, again, as a patrolman, a sergeant, and a lieutenant over 22 plus years, as a police officer, one responds to a complaint, you examine the physical evidence, you speak to the victims, you speak to a potential suspect if there is such, and you write a report, and then based on your sworn affidavit, which police reports, at least in the state of Florida, are considered to be sworn affidavits, then you may obtain an arrest warrant, a search warrant, or if you encounter, based on your investigation, the subject, and you have probable cause, then you may effect an immediate arrest.
So therefore, by analogy, Dr. Crosby, is it fair to say that an animal control officer would have had the authority to prepare a report after interviewing a bite victim, for them to actually prepare an affidavit to begin the process of determining whether this canine will be declared dangerous?
Yes, sir. In my experience, one sends an animal control officer out, although he does not have the power to criminally enforce the law, sends the animal control officer out to take an initial report. In that initial report, ideally the officer speaks to the victim, examines the physical injuries and any physical evidence the victim may present, such as video, will talk to other witnesses, if any, then will make contact with the owner of the dogs when those dogs can be identified, verify that those are the correct dogs, and then proceed to, just as if, for the civil procedure, he had probable cause was, like in a criminal case, to proceed to then file that report and proceed with the dangerous dog determination process.
So, restated, nothing in that provision prevented or required the actual victim or somebody who saw the attack, nothing limits them as the only people who can prepare an affidavit, correct?
In my experience and training, that is correct. There is nothing that limits it to only a victim.
And the language in the ordinance did not limit it either, correct?
No, sir. In fact, since ordinances are allowed to make state law more stringent, it seems to have opened up to an even greater extent, the persons who may submit such affidavit in order to better limit the presence and behavior of dangerous dogs.
Now, you were able to review and learn of the history of bites by the dogs that were involved in the fatal attack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I asked you to focus on the most recent attack before the fatal attack, which occurred on January the 12th of 28. Victim's name is Ayala, do you recall?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed the photographs that were taken of the injuries?
Yes, I have reviewed 2 photographs, color digital images, one of which is to the left upper thigh of a male, and the other one, I believe, I have to look real quick, but I believe it was it's the upper right arm of what appears to be the same individual.
So you had bite marks on 2 separate parts of the body, at least?
Actually, there seem to be 3 sets. There's at least 1 set to the leg, and then even though the arm is bandaged, there seems to be 1 engagement or defect just barely medial from the elbow, and then a further defect that is also bandaged further up to the arm, almost to the axilla or the armpit.
Now, I want to put that aside for a brief moment, and I want to discuss degrees of seriousness of a bite. So I want you to elaborate in your own words, as you see fit, the scale, if the scale is applied, what does the scale entail as far as the severity of the bites?
The most common scale applied that across the U.S. and other countries also is called the Dunbar Bite Assessment Scale. This was originally developed by a veterinary behaviorist by the name of Dr. Ian Dunbar, who was a colleague and friend in the late 1970s, in order to be able to quantify and start to associate with behavior various dog bites, so that in the forensic or legal field, and also in interpreting actions of animal control and trainers and so forth, we could go beyond, ooh, that's bad, no, that's not really bad, to this bite meets certain criteria. I also understand that San Antonio has their own application of a bite scale.
Now, let me ask you this. In your own experience, based on what you've seen, based on your expertise, how would you categorize the injury suffered from Mr. Ayala?
To apply the Dunbar scale, I would say that this would qualify, the bite to the thigh alone would qualify as what we term a level 4 bite. That is defined as more than 2 punctures, with 1 puncture extending more than 1/2 the depth of the length of a canine tooth on the dog in question. that is a level 4 out of 6, where 6 is a human fatality. The other bite, if it is consistent with the bite to the leg, if that is also a level 4 bite, then this incident would be labeled a level 5 out of 6, because a level 5 is more than one engagement, more than one bite that reaches a level 4. Both a level 4 and a level 5 in the original documentation, as established by Dr. Dunbar, those indicate serious and significant failure of the dog's bite inhibition, or the ability to control how hard and how often the dog bites. And that dog, based on the morphology of those bites, has a very poor prognosis for rehabilitation and presents a clear threat to the public safety.
Now, I want to focus on a portion of your testimony involving the location of the bites. It is significant in your analysis that we don't have a single localized bite, but actually different parts of the body. Why is that important?
That means that the dog not only engaged, for instance, the leg, which would have been recognizing the size of the bites and the likely height of the victim, that would have been a bite to the closest part of the body. Even though it is a gripping bite, it is still it is normal for dogs to bite the closest part of the person. That's how, for instance, children get bitten in the face so often. Yet the bite to the upper arm indicates that the dog or dogs moved to a more distant target on the victim's body and re-engaged in order to inflict what again appeared to be 2 sets of defects to his upper arm. And you'll notice, if you look at the picture, the dog or dogs that engaged his arm bypassed his hand, his forearm, and his elbow to go further up toward the center of body mass, which in itself is the beginning of predatory behavior.
In your opinion, Dr. Crosby, would this incident have merited seeking an affidavit, as it were, and begin the process to determine if the dog is dangerous? The judicial process.
It absolutely would have triggered the beginning of the dangerous dog process. In one of the shelters that I worked, or one of the animal control agencies I ran, it was my job to investigate, as the director, dog bites, to examine whether dangerous dog procedures were to proceed, and then to issue a finding, an initial legal finding as to whether that dog met the statutory requirements of being a dangerous dog. In my other position as the director, I actually sat as the hearing officer. Not quite a special magistrate, but still the hearing officer responsible for making the legal determination of dangerous. Through both of those, I have personally declared 71 or 72 dogs legally dangerous in the state of Florida. This bite alone, regardless of the previous history, would not only trigger a dangerous dog investigation, but as the hearing officer, I would have found that this dog or dogs did meet the statutory requirements and were thereby declared legally dangerous.
Now let me focus on that. Under those circumstances then, according to the Texas ordinance, which elaborates on the process to deal with a dangerous dog. If a dangerous dog determination is made, then there have to be certain measures that are required, so like 1 through 10 approximately, correct? You're familiar with those?
Yes, I am. They're very similar to Florida's requirements, but they're in fact, the requirements are a little bit tighter than the state of Florida's. So the city of San Antonio restricts dangerous dogs even a little bit more than Florida statute or Jacksonville's municipal code.
Some of these involve a high fence of at least, is it 6 feet? Am I correct, or thereabouts?
That's my recollection, yes, sir. A high fence, a separate enclosure that is lockable with a floor and a ceiling that can neither be climbed out of or dug out from. There are provisions for insurance, for muzzling if the dog is in public, that it must be controlled by a competent adult on an appropriate leash and so forth.
There's also, and you may have mentioned this, a $100,000 insurance policy that has to be taken out, correct?
Yes, there is. The amount varies from state to state, but in San Antonio, I recall seeing $100,000 as the minimum. And that would typically mean $100,000 per incident per dog.
In this situation, Dr. Crosby, if the family would not have been able to meet the financial and other structural requirements of the enclosure, it's an enclosure within the enclosure of the home, correct?
It's an enclosure within the fenced, securely fastened yard of the home. So the dog can go outside into the secure backyard, but then can be placed in a secondary lockable secure enclosure.
And if those requirements are not met, and this presupposes that a determination has been made that the canine is dangerous, if those requirements are not met, the dog or dogs must be euthanized.
In my experience and in the cases I've worked, if the requirements are not met within a specific defined time period, then the dogs would not be returned. And since they are dangerous dogs and cannot be relocated, then they would be humanely destroyed, yes.
It's fair to say, Dr. Crosby, with these observations, that if these dogs, in the process of determining the dangerous status of these dogs would have been followed a couple of weeks before the fatal incident, these dogs would have been euthanized, and there would not have been a fatality, correct?
If the dogs had been declared dangerous from the specific case before Mr. Nahara's attack, then at the very least, the dogs would have been in custody securely and not at the home, or they would have been euthanized. In either case, they would not have been back at the home, able to escape and able to injure or kill anyone.
In this case, there's testimony that the dogs, after 10 days of quarantine, that the owners were contacted and asked to come pick them up. There was a negotiation to see how much the family could afford. And after the dogs were spayed and neutered, and then the dogs were returned. And there's actually testimony, this happened, that the dogs were quarantined twice before, but released to the owners after previous attacks. What's your opinion about that?
That is consistent with the statements and testimony that I read. I understand a shelter or an animal control wanting to be able to be proactive yet compassionate with animal owners. However, when there is a clear threat to public safety, which based on my review of the case, these dogs presented, then if the person is unable to meet the financial obligations fully and within the time frame defined, then those dogs should not and could not, in my experience, be released under any circumstances until the proper containment procedures and processes were put in place. And again, if those were not met, including being able to verify the insurance and so forth, that by the stated time, there would be no negotiation over costs, and the dogs would be destroyed.
In fact, it's necessary to have an examination, a review of the actual location before the dogs are released to make sure that all the requirements are met, correct?
Yes, in my experience, not only in the state of Florida, but in the many states I've looked at these cases, a physical examination and evaluation, including going through the whole checklist of things required, is always required before the dogs are allowed to return to that property.
It's required in the Texas ordinance as well, correct?
Yes, it does so state.
So that it's not sufficient to just tell the owners, hey, by the way, maybe you should put a harness on it, make sure you tie them up, you know, you shouldn't let them out, be more careful. That's just not going to cut it, is it?
No, sir. That's, in my experience, owners cannot be dependent to just simply follow directions far too often. So proof of meeting the requirements in a case like this where public safety is at risk would be absolutely necessary.
There is no, is there any rhyme or reason to spay and neuter the dogs as some sort of a measure to minimize the danger of the dogs before they're returned to the owners?
Once a dog reaches sexual maturity, the value of spay or neuter on behavior is limited. The scientific studies are mixed, and that certainly by itself does not remove any acquired and learned or reinforced behaviors the dog has, especially since the physiological effects of spay or neuter take a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks for the hormones to reach a baseline and to achieve whatever benefit there's going to be. The biggest benefit of spaying and neutering animals that have been involved in a dangerous or potentially dangerous situation is merely to prevent irresponsible people from reproducing those dogs.
So case in point, 2 weeks after these dogs are released, spayed and neutered, this horrible tragedy occurred, which supports what you just said, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir. And 2 weeks after the desexing surgery, neither of the animals would have had the proper time, according to the veterinary advice I received and studies and so forth. That would not be sufficient, even if desexing were sufficient to prevent or change aggressive display behavior. That wouldn't be long enough for those hormones to have abated, especially since the dogs were returned to their home, according to testimony, the day after the surgery. There would have been no appreciable change. In fact, the dogs the day after surgery would, according to my experience and working with my own dogs, they have still been suffering the effects of the anesthesia.
Pass a witness, Your Honor.
May it please the court.
Go ahead, Mr. George.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Crosby. Oh,
Hello,
there we go, sorry. Let me turn on the microphone, that might help. Good afternoon, Dr. Crosby.
that's better.
I'm gonna lift
Thank
up-
you, that's better.
I don't know how far you can see in that.
I
Lift up
see
my
you.
hand. There we go. Okay, Dr. Crosby, I would like to talk to you this afternoon a little bit about what you just testified to with Mr. Aristotelides, and then I'm gonna wanna talk to you about some other stuff regarding your work as well, okay? So I guess first and foremost, let's start with, let me ask you, you mentioned that in preparation for your testimony here today, you had the opportunity to review the transcripts of the testimony that took place during some pretrial hearings of the ACS officers that testified.
Yes,
That's right, okay. So during a lot of our trials, experts sometimes sit in the courtroom and get to watch the testimony of all the witnesses that testified during the course of a trial in a case. Did you have opportunity to do that?
I would have loved to, sir, but I did not. I was unfortunately in Singapore during the time of the trial and was unable to, that trip had been set a year before, so I was unable to physically attend the trial.
Yes, sir. So you didn't get a chance to hear any of the testimony throughout the course of this punishment hearing regarding any of the witnesses from the neighborhood, what they had to say, or anything like that?
No, sir, I haven't had that opportunity either.
Fair enough, doctor. Okay, now you mentioned also that you reviewed some photographs that were presented to you by the defense involving the bite incident in January 12th of 2023.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance video that is also attached to that incident?
I have seen one video file that was labeled as having come from Snapchat that showed two dogs running strongly from frame right to left, apparently in pursuit of a person.
Okay, so that would be it.
That's what I've seen.
That would be it. So you reviewed that video as well, sir?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. Did you have an opportunity to review any other photographs from any other incidents?
No, sir, I have not been provided with any photographs of any of the other alleged or reported bites.
Okay, what about any other surveillance videos from that same property that show the video of January 12th?
No, sir.
Okay. It's a little awkward because of Zoom, just, but may I approach the screen?
Yeah, you can actually share screen.
Fair enough. I'm going to try to figure out where the camera is, doctor, and show you State's Exhibit number 57 and 58 for identification purposes. I think the camera's up here.
Sure.
So let me hold up this picture and tell me if you recognize State's 57.
Yes, I have a copy of that photograph.
Okay. And what about State's 58?
Yes, I have a copy of that photograph also, sir.
Perfect, doctor. Okay, so these are the photographs that you reviewed in preparation for testimony today involving that bite incident on January 12th.
Correct.
Okay. Are 57 and 58 taken, Judge?
Not that I
No.
know.
Okay, so Judge, the state would introduce into evidence or offer into evidence 57 and 58, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
57 and 58 are admitted.
Okay, doctor, so let's talk about these photographs. On stage 58, the one I was holding up that has the man with the armband, essentially, those bandages around his upper right arm.
Yes, sir.
Did you state that you were able to perceive any injury that is visible in that photograph?
No, sir, and I'm looking at my copy of the photograph right now. I can see the lower blue vet wrap, if you will. I'm not sure what they call it in human medicine. surface bandage covering what looks like a white gauze pad.
That's right.
And then several centimeters further up the arm, I can see another set of blue vet wrap that appears to have some sort of white bandage underneath it. And it also seems to be some sort of gauze, whether it's supporting or I can't tell what it's doing, that loops around the victim's neck and disappears under the armpit of the right arm.
That's right, doctor. But we cannot perceive any surface wounds, their depth, their severity in this photograph as it appears, right?
That's correct, which is why I said projecting that if the bite on the arm was equivalent, if you will, to the bite on the leg, then that would make it a level 5. Otherwise, the bite to the leg appears to be consistent with a level 4 bite.
That's right. Okay, doctor. Doctor, we're going to talk about the levels as well, but let's talk about the level of, Exhibit 57, the one depicting the bite wounds to the gentleman's left knee area, right?
And actually, I think that's actually his right knee. I think I misspoke earlier, but it's due to the angle, I can't see the foot, so I can't see which way it bends. But yes, I'm looking at that injury.
Fair enough. Okay, so we do see 2 puncture wounds on that image, from what I can tell.
Actually, we see at least 2 puncture wounds and some shallower puncture and withdrawal tearing wounds surrounding those, and what appear to be a couple of less serious potential puncture wounds. So I count a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defects that would be consistent with contact from a domestic dog's teeth to human flesh.
Fair enough, doctor, and I do see that, right? So we have those 2 more pronounced bites, and then we have a total of 7 defects, presumably coming from a canine's mouth.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were able to assess the depth of the puncture wound. Can you explain that a little bit?
Let me start with the one that is the closest large, dark patent blood spot to the gentleman's shorts leg. That appears to be a roughly circular or slightly elongated puncture type, or consistent with a puncture wound with some surface patent blood and some tearing of the surface tissues around it. By the size of the diameter of that puncture wound, it would be consistent with a dog having extended or penetrated more than just with the tip section of a canine tooth. Because had it been just the tip section, that would be more consistent with the defect that if you go from that wound to about the 10 o'clock position, you can see where shallow engagement has torn the top few layers of skin. So due to the size of the primary injury we're talking about there, that appears to have had substantial penetration from a tooth, similar to if you'd stuck a screwdriver or an ice pick into something and wiggled it around a little bit. It's got to be more than just the tip. The wound located to, again on the clock, probably 7 or 7:30 from that first wound, also appears to have a deeper central puncture area, but there's more tissue around that that is torn, both above and to the 8 o'clock side and below to about the 6 o'clock side, that would indicate that there was deeper puncture the primary engaging tooth. And what that tells me, in normal dogs, the canine teeth are approximately twice as long as the incisors, those teeth between the canines, and similarly, about twice as long as the initial premolars and so forth. So the fact that that defect shows contact with more than just the canine tooth, but again, to its 2 o'clock, to its 8 o'clock, and to its 6 o'clock, it appears there was contact by other than just the canine teeth, so the incisors, which means that that is more consistent and most likely consistent with a deeper penetration of the canine teeth.
Okay, doctor, so let me ask, you use the term substantial, but I mean, I guess you're basing the analysis upon the external examination of the single photograph, I guess the characteristics of the bite as you can see it, to determine that. But you didn't take like a measuring tool and measure the whole, and you can't tell us like, oh, it's exactly like half an inch in depth or anything along those lines.
No, I was not able to do so.
Okay.
That should have been done by the investigating officer.
Fair enough. Okay, so, and let me publish, it's a little difficult to publish it just because if I try to publish it, it'll kick the doctor off, so I'll just, if I may, hand this over to the board.
Okay.
In one respect. Okay. Now, you were talking about the level of the bites, doctor. You were describing something, I believe it was pronounced the Dunbar scale?
Yes, sir. It is the Dunbar Bite Assessment Scale.
Yes, sir. And that's D-U-N-B-A-R?
That is correct.
Okay, outstanding. So Dunbar scale, and you characterize these as level 4, possibly level 5 on that Dunbar scale.
Yes, the bite to the leg appears to be consistent with a level 4 bite. If the bites to the arm were also level 4s, that would make this a level 5 incident.
Okay. Now regarding that, did you also say when you were testifying under direct by Mr. Aristotelides that San Antonio does not use the Dunbar scale?
My understanding from Mr. Aristotelides is that San Antonio uses a general scale of minor, moderate, and severe, where a minor bite is essentially a scratch, where a moderate bite is 1 puncture, and where a severe bite is more than 1 puncture. Now, I've not seen a document from San Antonio that defines that.
Fair enough. And you said that the Dunbar scale is one that is used, I guess, in several places in the United States.
It's used in many jurisdictions, both locally and I've used it in federal court in multiple jurisdictions, and it's used in the UK, and it's used in Australia, and it's going to be used in Singapore.
Okay. Do you know if any other jurisdictions in Texas use Dunbar?
Yes. I know that in the cases that I have participated in Texas, including the fatality in Willis, a case where, let me find the site, the case in civil court of Villapondo versus Don Bell in 2019, and Travis County versus Hector Luis Guzman, that happened in, I want to say, Bahar County. Travis County. And also in, I believe it's Bahar County, Texas versus Peter Scott Lucas. I know that I testified using the Dunbar scale in all 3 of those cases. Further, I've been contacted by and have actually taught Texas agencies in the use of the Dunbar scale.
Fair enough, doctor. Now let me clarify something. I said you're saying Bahar, is that spelled B-E-X-A-R?
Yes, that's my understanding of the proper pronunciation, sir.
That's right, so that would be the Spanish pronunciation, right? So Bexar County, essentially.
I think that's bear in Spanish. I do speak Spanish, but Bejar is not one of the words that I'm familiar with.
Not to worry, doctor. So that would actually be here. This is Bexar County, Bexar County.
Right, that's there. And the case I was referring to was actually in Travis County, because this case was Travis County versus Hector Luis Guzman.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
The Peter Scott Lucas case was in New Braunfels, and I'm not sure if that's Bejar County or not.
I think it's Comal. It might be.
That sounds familiar.
Okay.
But that was a circuit case for a homicide.
All right. Now, doctor, you mentioned earlier, the reason why I was asking about whether you had seen the surveillance video is I think during direct testimony, and I don't know if this was intentional, but I want a clarification essentially if we can, is initially you were saying when the dog bit, the dog as in the singular several times on the January 12th, 23. So I wanted to be sure that we were clear that according to that video, there were 2 dogs involved in that incident.
Right, that's why I said, or at least I meant to say, I thought I said the dog or dogs involved.
Okay. Now, regarding the spaying and the neutering and why that is done, you told us that there was mixed studies as to the benefits or detriments, I guess if you will, of doing that, right? So I guess there's not a consensus in the field.
There is not a consensus among the scientific data. It is very common among dog trainers, shelters, and so forth, and even veterinarians, to lead people to believe that spay and neuter is pretty much an instant and reliable remedy for aggressive displays or biting behavior.
Okay.
That's one of those myths that stays with us, and honestly, it's not challenged that much because anything to reduce the needless population or reproduction of dogs just because somebody thinks they need to is something that has good effects downrange.
Okay, so safe to say, doctor, then that you're on the camp that spaying and neutering does not reduce aggression.
Yes, sir, based on my experience. Because, for instance, I have had people killed by spayed or neutered dogs.
Sure.
And so that by itself does not prevent anything other than reproduction.
Okay.
Even if there is found to be an improvement, it would still have to be coupled with an aggressive and competent behavior modification program to try and rehabilitate those animals.
Fair enough. But again, no consensus. Despite you being in one camp, there's no guaranteed answer to that question yet.
No, there's no scientifically supported, valid, reliable consensus one way or the other.
I gotcha. Thank you, doctor. Okay. Now, doctor, you must forgive me. I did just come to learn your name, I think it was last Friday for the first time. So over the weekend, I tried to soak in as much of your literature and as my uncle would call it, my uncle has a funny name for YouTube. He calls it YouTube University, right? So I jumped on YouTube and I tried to get as familiar as I could with your work over the course of the weekend. And there's some questions about it that I want to ask you, okay?
Certainly.
Okay, so I guess let's start first. I believe this was a situation that was going on in Aurora. They were debating some sort of statutes that would be breed-specific, kind of like legislation. Do you recall that?
Yes, that has come up in the state of Colorado and other states a number of times.
That's right, okay. And that would have been in 2008 that you wrote, I think, this paper, right? Something titled, Investigating Serious and Fatal Dog Attacks, a suggested protocol by James W. Crosby.
That's mine, yes.
Okay, perfect. So let me direct your attention in that article, or that publication, Doctor, to, I believe it's the 7th page, 7 pages of 8. And safe to say that you are against breed-specific legislation. Safe to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, despite that, there is a paragraph in that study where you specifically address pit bulls.
Yes.
Okay, let me read to you, because again, this is very difficult. If you were on the stand, I would be able to walk up to you and kind of show you. So if I may, I'm going to read it out loud for you, and you can tell me about this statement. Okay, so and I quote, "Enter now the pit bull and other breeds specifically selected by man to fight each other. These animals have several concerning behavioral differences from most other canines. When they fight, human intervention has selected for animals that do not turn off and do not stop fighting until one or both are dead. There is no surrender for these animals. A fully submissive body posture is no more than another opportunity for them to disembowel their adversary." Those are your words, yes, sir?
Yes, sir. In 2008, before much of my research actually got kicked into gear, that was my belief. However, the research scientifically by myself and by a number of others has shown that I was more in line with myth that is not supported by biology or behavior rather than the actual science. It is undoubtedly clear and has been verified that large dogs make large holes. However, if it comes to the question of pit bulls, we have a lot of issues, including defining in a mixed breed how much pit bull is something that makes it pit bull. So large dogs tend to have large bites and do significant damage.
Fair enough, Doctor. So let me move on to this other part that I kind of want to hone in on. It seemed to me, through the majority of my research on your work, that you are partial to the idea that dog owners have a responsibility as far as it goes as caring for their dogs and protecting society from their dogs, if they know that these dogs may pose a danger. Would that be a fair characterization?
Absolutely true.
Okay, so in that same article, especially regarding pit bulls, let me quote you something else. You say that, obviously you're against banning breeds as a whole, right? But you say that every case should be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. And then here's the quote: "With the overall caution that those choosing to own these animals must be held to a higher level of control and care than owners of other, less potentially hazardous breeds." Do you still agree with that statement, Doctor?
Yes, I do, with the qualification that extends to all large dogs, whether it's a pit bull, a Great Dane, a Saint Bernard. People who own large dogs have a responsibility to control those dogs and to be more aware than, say, someone who owns a 5-pound Chihuahua, even though the Chihuahua may be obnoxious.
Fair enough.
They have a smaller mouth, so they have less opportunity to do damage with a single bite.
Yes, sir. Now, regarding that duty that you just expressed for us and agree with, I want to direct your attention to another piece of your work that I came across. And this was an interview that I believe you partook in with a lady named Dame Andrea Jenkins. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. That was in the UK. I believe it was last year, about this time.
That's right. Okay. Now, in that video, again, you're articulating this same position that owners should be held responsible when they're negligent and they should face consequences. Fair to say?
Yes.
That's right. In fact, I have a quote by you that I really liked and I wanted to talk to you about it today. When Dame Andrea Jenkins brings this point up to you, you respond that it's not just your responsibility, it's your duty. Do you remember saying that, sir?
Yes, and I still agree with that.
Now, doctor, one of the reasons why I was asking whether you had reviewed any other materials is I remember in another one of your materials, one of your interviews, you mentioned a case where an individual who was, I think, walking around the neighborhood or jogging, I forget exactly which, was attacked or set upon by a pair of roaming pit bulls, and I believe you articulated that they ate his legs from the knee down, or something to that effect. Do you recall that case?
I recall that case. Those were actually a pair of Rottweilers.
Oh, there we go, Rottweilers.
They were both, that I had my hands on, they were both around 100 pounds, and they were scavenging for food and attacked him in a predatory manner and did remove both of his legs, detach his feet, and I won't go into the other details.
That's right, doctor. So I wanted to talk to you about that specific incident, and I apologize, I misremembered it being pit bulls. It was Rottweilers. So another one of those large breeds.
Correct. They were both very large dogs.
Hang on, doctor, I need to interrupt. There's two witnesses in the courtroom that have already testified for the defense. Were you wanting to let them stay here or not stay here? It was Mr. Naka sitting over there and then Mr. Martinez.
Oh, for the state. Yeah, they've been released.
Yeah, but they testified and the rule isn't rules. So I'm asking, do you want to relieve them of the rule and let them stay, or what do you want?
The two Mexican testimony. They're released, right?
No,
Well, they're released, right? They're released. We don't need them, right? So, we have no issue with them being released.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies for that, Judge. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, doctor, apologies. So the Rottweilers, and you mentioned that they were roaming the neighborhood, ate that man, essentially, for lack of food, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Can the conditions that a dog is kept in, such as their living environment, their dietary needs, things of that nature, contribute to a dog's overall aggression?
Absolutely. My research for my PhD has established that is a factor that does affect the display of aggressive and particularly predatory behavior.
Fair enough. Are you aware, doctor, that in this case there is evidence now in the record where we see the two pit bulls, one being one of the ones that was involved in the death of Raymond Naka, rummaging through a neighbor's trash can?
I have not seen that. However, rummaging through a trash can, my little slightly overweight miniature dachshund also will nail a trash can given the opportunity. So I would need to know more about the dogs to be able to judge the potential effect of nutrition on their behavior.
Fair enough. So let me go back to the dogs involved in the eating cage, the two Dobermans or Rottweilers. When a necropsy was performed on those animals, am I misremembering, and correct me if I am wrong, doctor, that trash was found in their stomachs?
Yes, we found discarded hot dogs, we found discarded pieces of steak, and we found nearly 5 pounds of human tissue.
Okay. So can a dog seeking out trash to eat be a sign, despite, your dog searching through the trash, can it be a sign sometimes that the dog is underfed or malnourished or, in those conditions?
Yes, obtaining resources for a dog, going through trash and scavenging can be a sign with a number of others that the dog's nutritional needs may not be being met.
And like those Rottweilers, can it contribute to behavior such as roaming and predatory behavior that you described?
Certainly, an animal does what it needs to do to survive. One of my cases that I have records on involves a German Shepherd that was unfed for days that ate a 5-day-old infant.
can such circumstances also lead to dogs being aggressive towards other dogs?
Yes, dogs will use aggressive display and even bites to defend resources.
Okay. What about aggression towards the dog's own puppies?
I have not seen where dogs have taken predatory type action towards their own puppies due to nutrition.
Okay.
That is not something that is at all common, that at least not in my experience or observations.
Fair enough, doctor. So let's talk about that. Is it common at all for dogs to be aggressive to their own offspring, to their puppies?
Not as much as it is with ours. It is not common. Usually when we find dogs that have destroyed their own puppies, there tends to be some sort of a medical defect or physical defect with the pup, where if one looks at it in survival terms, it made sense for the dog to destroy the pup.
I gotcha, doctor. So attacking its own offspring is so unusual that you would expect something to be wrong with the dog.
I would expect there to be a lot more going on, period, than in a normal maternal care situation. Whether it was deprivation of food, whether it was something wrong with the puppy, whether there was something wrong with the dog. Those are all things that would have to be looked at very carefully. And I would also want a necropsy on both the puppy and the dog responsible for the killing to see if there were organic defects.
Fair enough. Now, doctor, let's talk about, again, that duty that you described, right? Not just a responsibility, a duty. In these scenarios that we've been discussing, do you think it would be the responsibility of the owner to remedy those issues if they existed?
Your Honor, I believe that...
I think that after review of this case, there was shared
Hang on,
duty.
doctor.
I'm sorry.
I have to object, Your Honor. I think this is a question based on a hypothetical that's not part of the evidence. I think it's no longer relevant. I realize there's cross-examination here, but I fail to see the relevance at this point, Judge.
Overruled.
You may answer, doctor.
Okay, could you run that by me
Yes.
real quick?
So not specifically to this case even, just hypothetically, right? Say that the dog case involving the Rottweilers. Are the owners responsible in cases like those Rottweilers that ate that man because of the treatment of their animals?
The owners have to accept, and I understand in this case they have accepted at least partial responsibility, but we have also found in cases that I've investigated that in several cases that resulted in fatalities, that the failure of animal services also contributed to the ultimate circumstances that led to the person's death. I'm not saying these people did not have a duty to properly control, manage, and so forth their dogs. They absolutely did. And again, my understanding is they have accepted that they were responsible to some level. Their shared responsibility here, though, had either side done, or either party involved, done things differently, Mr. Nahera would probably be alive today.
And finally, doctor, I'm just going to leave it off with this. Obviously, you're an expert testifying for the defense. Let me ask you, what are you charging for testimony in this case?
Actually, I am a witness for defense and prosecution. In fact, in the Two of the cases in Texas, I was there for the prosecution.
If I may, Doctor.
My standard fee for,
Doctor,
the fee that's been approved by the
Judge,
board
may I
in this
object?
case, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they would allow the expert to finish his answer, Judge.
Non-responsive, Judge.
Oh,
I think
it's
he's
an expert,
getting-
Judge.
I think he's getting there. Go ahead and answer the question that was asked, Dr.
Doctor, the
Crosby.
question asked, if I may, was,
Yes.
in this case, you are testifying for the defense. I'm aware that you've testified
Yes.
for the state before, but not in this case. We didn't call you, right?
Correct.
That's right.
No, you didn't call me.
That's right. So, doctor, how much are you getting paid for your testimony in this case?
The court has approved a flat fee of $5,000 for all of my time and appearance and everything else.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Redirect. Doctor, do you work for a living?
Yes, actually, I'm retired from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. I do work doing consulting and so forth. I also do a lot of pro bono work with shelters, and for instance, I'm right now sitting in North Georgia because tomorrow I'm going to be teaching animal control officers all day how to investigate dangerous dog cases, and I'll be paid for that. I was paid to go to Singapore and train the government there.
Do you like to get paid for your work?
It's nice when it can happen. My primary source of income is my retirement from the Sheriff's Department. I'd say that consulting is maybe 10 to 15%, and that includes across the board of my income.
And I think you were trying to explain to the state, to the prosecutor, that you've testified for both the state and the defense, correct?
That is correct, yes, even in the state of Texas.
So that getting paid a $5,000 fee to testify for the defense would not question your credibility, would it?
No, sir. When you contacted me, I told you up front that I would look at the case, but that I could not guarantee what my opinion would be until I had looked at the entire case, reviewed the facts, and then I would give you my opinion, whether it was useful to you or not.
Thank you, sir.
Briefly, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Schneider.
Sir, can you hear me? I know I'm far from, the main mic. Hi, my name is Meredith Chucklin. I represent Abilene Schneider, one of the co-defendants. We've not had a chance to talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
That's correct. We have not, unfortunately, had the chance to talk.
And Mr. Jordan, the prosecutor, gave you a series of kind of extreme circumstances that you had written about involving, for example, the Rottweilers who ate the man's legs, yes?
Those are extreme cases, yes.
And he gave you a bunch of hypotheticals related to that, and I believe your response was that it would be very difficult to determine any of the nutritional or other health problems without a proper necropsy done on the dogs, correct?
That is correct. There are physical body scale or body assessment scales out there. Also, a visual observation of the layer of fat and the coverage of the body, the amount of muscle, whether muscle has been metabolized. There are a lot of factors that would have to be considered that are not before me.
So if I were to tell you that a necropsy was not done on any of the dogs in this case, it would be impossible to know if any of those specific things affected these animals at this point. Isn't that correct?
Without a necropsy, that is correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
Anything else from the defense?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Crosby, the excuse.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Crosby, your excuse.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day.
All right, so for purposes of the record, tomorrow we have Detective Blanco,
Yes.
and then you intend to rest at the club?
Yes.
And then you have there's another witness from defense, correct?
Yes, at 10 a.m., Judge, we have a therapist ready to testify by Zoom.
Is she available the whole morning since Blanco's going to be first?
It's a he, and I told him the court had ordered 10 a.m. I can tell him to just be available all morning. He's so thankful to be able to testify by Zoom. I think he'll be accommodated.
Okay, tell him it's going to be closer to 11.
Will do.
And then you intend to rest and close, both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
So just to be clear, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. What time do we start tomorrow?
Same, as soon as I finish all my duties.
I'm sorry, Judge, I have some family members to call on behalf of Ms. Schneider.
Oh, I see, okay, so then let's make a plan to finish as much as we can in the morning, and then in the afternoon when we come back, I want to hear your closing arguments.
Yes, ma'am. May I approach briefly, Judge?
Yes. I'm going to go on the record or off the record?
Off the record.
Off the record.